second?
All right.
Now call the regular school board meeting for Forest Lake Area Schools Thursday, February 12th to order. Please join us while we recite the Pledge of Allegiance.
A lot of feedback.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Member Clerk, will you please take the roll call of attendance?
Yep. Member Rebbeline.
Here.
Member Corcoran.
Here.
Member Antonsen is here. Member Castle.
Here.
Member Christensen.
Here.
Member Tyson. Here. Everybody's here.
All right, all here. That brings us to approval of the meeting agenda. I would entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I'd like to propose an agenda. I move to amend the agenda by moving student report, Forest Lake Area High School, SAD, to immediately follow the approval of the agenda.
So moved. Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, motion carries. Brings us back to the main motion on the agenda. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, motion carries. Brings us immediately to the student report, Forest Lake Area High School, SAD. Welcome.
Whoop, not that guy. Oh.
Not very much.
Uh-oh. Was that our presentation already?
Yeah, that's one of the presentations, I think.
Oh.
Okay, we are going to start with the SAD presentation this evening, and then we'll move to the superintendent search presentations. So we have our student group here this evening. Welcome.
Thank you for having us. My name is Leah Dufar. I'm a senior at the high school and I'm a president of SAD. Next year I'll be going to College of St. Benedict to study nursing. I'm Brinley Steele. I'm a senior. I'm vice president of SAD. And next year I'll be going to the University of North Dakota to study nursing.
I'm Emma. I'm a senior at Forest Lake, and I'm president of SAD. And next year I will be going to Bethel University to be an elementary education teacher.
I'm Liz Severin. I'm also a senior and vice president of SAD, and I'm also going to St. Ben's to practice nursing.
Wow.
My name is Laura Mitchell, and I'm a junior at the Forest Lake High School.
My name is Kendall, and I'm also a junior at Forest Lake.
Wow. Oh, I don't know. The PowerPoint? Oh, she's working on it, sorry. Renee will got it. Hold on. Technical difficulties. I get too much virtual stuff going on tonight. Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
I love the sweatshirts.
Who designs it or who picks it up? Or are they a national kind of a logo?
So every year we, Schwartz assigns a group. They are the swag squad and they design our sweatshirts every year.
Oh,
Good job, Mr.
Very
Schwartz.
fun.
Renee's doing triple duty back
Here
there.
it goes.
Okay.
No.
Some of us were just commenting about how technology can be a blessing and a curse.
Yep.
There it is. Good, it's working.
Our goal in SAD is to empower students to make safe, positive choices by providing education, peer support, and fun school-wide activities and events. We work to promote mental health, reduce destructive decisions, and create a culture of safety and support within our school.
This year we were given an opportunity to do something different and new this year. We did the teddy bears, so seniors were able to gift kindergartners, the class of 2039, teddy bears that said Future Ranger at one of our Forest Lake football games.
Something we do every year, which a lot of people look forward to, is our Little Debbie Day. We buy a ton of Little Debbies and hand them out in the morning just to kind of start our day with a little piece of happiness, and they have little encouraging notes on them.
The I Promise campaign is something we do every year before prom to promote safe and smart decisions for after prom. Things like
like we hand out bracelets this year. We do a seatbelt challenge, and everyone signs their name on a poster to say they promise.
Every year we go caroling at the Amira Senior Living Home, and just to spread Christmas spirit and to bring joy to their day.
For our NITO Reset event, we sold stress balls during lunch to give students a quick way to reset throughout their day. Students also wrote down their favorite winter de-stressors to support positive mental health habits.
And then we got together as a club and we worked together to provide meals to families who are in need.
That is all we have for our presentation today about our club.
All right. Well, thank you for coming in.
Thank
Any
you.
questions or comments for the students?
Well, thanks for all your work, and can we get some of those stress balls?
Yeah, we'll have to bring some over.
We need some.
That was a great presentation.
Yes.
Member Atkinson.
Well, congratulations to all the seniors who are moving on to college next year. I'm happy to hear there's some of you going into nursing. It's my field too. I'm just curious how many people in total are in SAD?
We have a total of 90 members.
Oh my goodness, okay, yeah, so that's a lot. And I love the activities you guys describe you're doing. That's fun, very
Thank
nice
you.
and encouraging, so, yeah. Thank you.
Member Christensen.
Well, thank you all for coming. It's so nice to see all of you. And I wanted to say too, I loved how you guys did the teddy bears at the football game. That was so awesome, because I know the elementary schools are working hard to kind of, you know, rename or market us, or whatever word you want to use, as all Rangers instead of, you know, like Scandia Stars or whatever. So, and it was also really fun that they were out on the field and that you guys could kind of come together. We were there that night at the game. So that's an awesome thing. I hope you guys keep doing it.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions, comments?
I'm just glad you guys could come,
Yeah.
and I'm glad we could work it out. You didn't have to be
Yeah.
here all night.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
wonderful.
thank you.
Thanks for all your good work, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to our presentations on superintendent search, and we are starting with Ray and Associates, and it looks like we have Dr. Daniel Bittman with us this evening. I know we have to do a little technology flip here to,
Oh, you see, I hear you, but I don't, are we doing this, see him?
We're getting there.
I can hear you.
I think
Just
we're
can't see
getting
you
there.
yet.
okay, I think we can hear you. We're just working on the audio. I don't know if we have a video feed.
Can you hear me okay as well?
We can.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
You might need to turn it up a little bit.
Yeah, we'll need a little additional audio. We'll let the pros do that for
I
us.
think the speakers are completely off, but,
I don't know why it's so echoey in here tonight.
and it's echoey.
I know, for all of us do.
I think
Yes.
There.
Oh, there we go. Now we can see him. All right. Be a little louder.
Can we get them
It's hard
turned
to
up?
mute.
It's a, we'll try to work on the little louder.
Volume.
Yeah, we can see you now. Now we just need to work on increasing the audio a little bit. Thank you for bearing with us while we work through our technical check here. Okay, are we good? All right, Dr. Bittman, if you'd like to continue or get started.
Oh, there we
Well,
go.
good evening, everyone. Sheriff Eveline, Dr. Massey, members of the board, thank you for inviting us for an opportunity to talk with you and to learn a little bit with you. I'm Dan Bittman. This is my 16th year as a superintendent in Minnesota, currently superintendent in Edina. Sorry about the football season.
Oh, that's right.
Everybody kind of has to win once every 25 years in football. Sorry. Really excited to be part of this discussion. My wife grew up in
that area. I went to school in Chisago. I've got family there in the Forest Lake and Chisago area, and I've followed you for many, many years. And have great respect for Dr. Massey as well as Liz Matson, who I've worked with for many, many years throughout our time as superintendents and colleagues. So thank you for giving us the opportunity. I've been part of Ray Associates for 4 or 5 years and conducting superintendent searches across the country. I typically don't do a lot of Minnesota searches as my current role, but I do select a few of them that I'd love to be a part of for reasons that I'm connected and have relationships with folks in the area, in the district, etc. I'm joined here by Dr. Cliff Willard, who will introduce himself in a little while. Again, we're thankful to have this time tonight and know that you have 2 other presentations as well. Cliff?
Yeah, good evening, board members. As Dr. Pittman said, my name is Dr. Cliff Willard, and I too would like to express how humbled and honored we are to have this opportunity this evening to visit with you and tell us a little bit about Ray and Associates and what we bring to the table.
That's the wrong one. We need Ray.
Now,
We need Ray and
I've just
Associates.
completed my 25th year, so I'm in my 26th year as a school superintendent. The majority of that has been spent as a school superintendent in Minnesota. I've also had experience as a school superintendent in South Dakota as well as Iowa. So come to the board this evening with a host of experiences in other states, which obviously lends some benefit to the recruitment and retention process that we have before you. But as we go forward, why don't we go ahead and advance to the next slide so we can introduce a couple of other team members that are part of our team that aren't here tonight, but obviously play a very important role in our process. And first of all, I'd like to introduce you to Miss Kathy Schoenfelder. She has been with Ray Associates for over 10 years and has been actively involved in the back office work. When you hire Ray Associates, you get an entire team that works with you and for you to help you have land a successful search process. Somebody else that is very important that is part of our team as well is Molly Schwarzkopf. Molly is Vice President of Ray Associates, and she is Vice President of Leader of Acquisitions. She has been actively involved with Ray Associates in a number of searches and has played a very critical role as well in the work that we do. So I would like to turn it back over to you, Dr. Bittman, to continue to talk a little bit. Well, actually, I'll go ahead and share who our team is, a little bit more on who we are. So who you get to work with through this process is beyond just Dr. Bittman and myself. We have an entire team that is part of this process. And as you look at that slide about who we are and what we do superintendent searches. That is what our business is. We've been doing them since 1975. We have a very comprehensive process that will provide more details on it as we go forward. And as we do the presentation, you'll learn a little bit more about the intricacies of our process, how we recruit, how we evaluate, how we bring you the very best candidates that we possibly can. Again, from a nationwide recruiting effort and an effort that really brings forward talent that fits what your district needs. Ultimately, when we get to the end of the process, we have a guarantee, and again, Dr. Bittman will share a little bit more with you as we go through that process. And our efforts really work hard to blend diverse backgrounds into our search process. Over 40% of our leadership compromises women and people of color. So again, we are very active in our recruitment efforts to ensure that we are intentionally pursuing diversity in our work. With that, I would like to turn it back over to you, Dr. Bittman, and you can tell them a little bit more about our process and how we go about working with the board.
Thank you so much. One of the things that we just wanted to mention is, as a national search firm, we are one of the longest running search firms who have done countless across the country, arguably some of the most, if not the most, of any other search firm. Also, we have data country. On our website, we get more than 28,000 a month from individuals who are interested in positions through our organization. And so if we were fortunate enough to have this search, you would have an opportunity to access that national database as well as the things that are happening in Minnesota. I would argue that one of the differences between some of the other search firms and us is we have been actively involved in our community superintendents. I, for example, served as the superintendent president of MASA. I was a 7-year AHSBA member and governing board member representing Minnesota out in Washington, D.C. So having lots of experience and connections to folks throughout the country. Other superintendents in Minnesota and elsewhere are very comfortable reaching out to us as superintendents because we've been working with them for 20 years. And so we believe that we are the best firm to go with, and we'll continue to go through, as I said, a number of things throughout this presentation. Joy, if you could move to the next slide, that would be great. I think she hears me.
Yeah, we know. Yep, there we go. Yep. Renee's doing it.
We are ready to do your search. We are ready to start immediately and as early as tomorrow. We recognize the importance of having someone in place by July 1st and an opportunity also to learn from each of you as a board member, as well as Dr. Massey, who has just an immense amount of experience and knowledge there in the Forest Lake area. We will work with you to identify what type of a candidate you are looking for. And so by working with you, we're able to then screen candidates, recruit candidates, look for candidates, and base the candidates that are best for Forest Lake based on all of the things that you want. This is your search. So we will be able to work with you to do it your way. We start within the first week with talking with each of you individual board members to learn a little bit more about what you're thinking about, what things are important to you, what type of candidate you're interested in, and that will help us look into the opportunity to screen those candidates and to research them. In addition to that, we are happy to work with you in terms of candidate compensation and negotiations, as well as opportunities to stick with you if you're interested in having support throughout that first year or longer with the superintendent who comes to your area. Next slide. So one of the things we mentioned is certainly that opportunities to work with each of you individually to really think about what you want. But we also are willing to do in-person or virtual stakeholder meetings. There are a lot of districts who want opportunities to work with students and community leaders, perhaps parents, family, business leaders, folks within the school district in terms of staff and administration. We're happy to do that as much or as little as you want. And this is just part of our process that comes with the initial proposal price. In addition to that, once we have the feedback from listening session and in collaboration with that, we do a survey for your entire community, as well as we do that within the district. We do that in multiple languages that you choose so that we can make that available. And we work with the school district to make sure we're reaching as many people as we can. We will then provide that information and an update to the board, talk with them to identify what those feedback trends were, who they were coming with, who they were coming from, as well as opportunities to dialogue about what resonates with each of you as we look for those candidates moving forward. In addition to that, again, each and every one of you have opportunities to craft a search where you want to do that. And as part of this process, you've seen our proposal, we will price match for similar services. We do not want to have, we are not in it for that. For us, it's about relationships, and we will make sure that we price match similar opportunities. Next slide.
Oh, is she hearing? Oh.
Okay. One of the things that I think stands out for Ray and Associates is the opportunity to aggressively recruit. We talked a little bit about some of our methods and opportunities to do that. As you said, we're one of the longest standing companies since 1975. And your priorities for a candidate is what will drive our recruitment efforts. We will send vocal communications to every individual in our database across the country, highlighting the skills and the competencies that you would like to see. We'll work with you on advertising, and we'll do that work for you in terms of putting those in national and local Great. So as we think about the board selection of candidates, one of the things we believe in is transparency and communication with the board. So board members would have 100% access to the applications, the information, the letters of recommendation, etc. So you will be able to see those live and have an opportunity to have that information along the way. One of the things that we do differently than other organizations, in addition to some of that transparency and deep engagement with the board, is we work with the board to identify 3 or 4 questions that they're really important on. They want to know more about any candidate and how they might handle that. And those candidates will need to complete a video as part of that application process answering those questions. They will not have those questions before them, so it's an opportunity to put them on the spot to learn more about the specific things that you're interested in knowing more about and how they might handle things like shifting demographics or achievement in instruction, eliminating gaps, working through community, bringing people together with multiple perspectives, etc. We would then work with the board to go through a matrix that would identify the information from candidates as a whole of where you as a board rank those top candidates, and we will then be able to facilitate with you conversations with you and each candidate to make sure that you are all walking to on the same page in terms of bringing candidates forward to the semifinals and the finals. We would also then work with you both in the semifinalists and the finalists to develop questions. We have banks of questions that we would work with you on to make sure that the questions that you're asking will give you the best opportunity to get to know the leader who's going to be able to address some of the things that we have happening in Forest Lake. Dr. Willard, we would like to talk a little bit about the process overview. Next slide.
Certainly. So as we talked about, and have mentioned before, our process, it is unique inside the scope because of our age as a firm. We've been around for a long time. And with that large pool of candidates that we draw from, we have the opportunity for extensive engagement. And we have all of our trainers, or excuse me, all of our facilitators and associates have been trained in the processes that we utilize to ensure that we are doing a comprehensive review of the candidates and bringing them forward. There are a number of opportunities that we reach with other associations, as you heard Dr. Bittman share with the American Association of School Administrators, the National Association of School Administrators, and other organizations that we partner with to promote and highlight the job opportunity and the career opportunity that's before them. As we look through the candidate information, then it is, as Dr. Bittman shared, that in-depth background check. We do those interviews that are so important because then for you as a board, you know that the superintendent serves as the voice and the face of the school district. So it really gives you an opportunity to see how they perform at that level in that capacity for the board. And then ultimately, your role is determining the compensation to work beside you as we go through that process, finalize the profile, and then we help you facilitate those interviews, and ultimately, as we shared before, facilitate the decision making. And we have a structured rubric that we utilize that helps the board process and arrive at a common ground solution, which is really important when you're working to draw in a new candidate. Finally, we assist with the contract, helping ensure that things are where they need to be, work with the board in terms of the contract finalization. And then ultimately, we want this to be a successful marriage. We want this to be a process that everybody walks away from feeling very good, and we help with candidates follow through. We need to check in with new candidates to make certain that they're on the right path as well as the board. So again, our service doesn't end at the conclusion of the contract being signed. We do have to follow up, and with that comes as well a guarantee if the search is not successful and you find yourself in a year looking for another candidate. I believe we're ready to move to the next slide.
So on behalf of Brain Associates, we so appreciate the work that you do. Dr. Willard, myself, our entire team, we have the range of buyers. We want to partner with you. And we would love the opportunity to have more of an opportunity to engage and to do the search the way you want it to be done. And we are confident that we will be able to bring you a candidate that you are excited about and will lead Forest Lake through the 2020
right, thank you, Dr. Willert and Dr. Bittman, for coming here and giving us this presentation this evening. Do any board members have questions?
I have a question.
Member Antonsen.
Hello, gentlemen, thank you. I'm curious, during the process, typically how many extra meetings will this, or do you work it into regular board meetings when we're discussing these things, or how many extra meetings will we have during the course of this process?
Yeah, so can you still hear me?
Yep.
I see something popping up there. Yeah, it really depends on what works for the school board. Typically, 3 or 4 meetings, we would do an initial meeting talking about the purpose and the timeline, and we'd be working with you to identify who you would like us to be working with on the school district side and on the board side, so we could do that. We're really, as part of the national organization with a team of associates, we feel like we can do a lot of that and most of that work for you. And so we would have an initial meeting. We would then, once we finalize the board approves the timelines and advertisements, we would have a point mid-year or mid-process where we would be able to bring you candidates that we have screened based on the feedback you provided and what you want in the next candidate. And so what we would then do is work with you to narrow that list of 12 to 15 people down to usually 4 to 6 candidates to go through a semifinal. So that really is the second meeting. After that, we would then, the third meeting would be our semifinalist meeting. We would go through with you the interviews that you have and work with you to identify the candidates that you would want to bring forward on a finalist round. And then we would have the meeting at the end, where you interview those candidates and ultimately select them. So typically it's about 4 meetings. And then again, we would work behind the scenes with the people you identified and advertisement.
Okay, thank you.
It's helpful.
All right, any other member, Tyson?
Yeah, so I have a couple of questions, and thank you for the presentation and for being here tonight. You do have a very nice website. I was looking at that, and you commented on how you have 28,000 hits a month. Do you find that superintendents, when you search nationally, want to select Minnesota?
It's a really good question. So what we find a lot of times is a lot of Minnesota folks go out other places and want to come back to family.
Oh.
People oftentimes young in their career feel like they want to go somewhere warm, or they want to go to a large city, or they want to go to a particular place to explore. But there's nothing quite like raising your kids in Minnesota. And I'm an example of that. I spent 11 years working in the Clark County School District in Nevada. And I often tell people I ran out of excuses with my wife on why we did not bring our kids back to Grandma and Grandpa, and all because of it. So we do find a lot of people want to come back, but the majority of us have strong ties to it.
Perfect. One more quick question. You talked about the consensus building matrix. I'm kind of interested in hearing a little more about that, and is that involved with candidate selection in the beginning, or you use that throughout the whole process?
Yeah, this is a really good tool that we have used over the years, and boards have really come to appreciate. That typically starts for the first time when after we hear from you on what you want, and we screen candidates and bring candidates for you to consider. So those 12 to 15 candidates that we bring forward that says matches what you want, have all the qualifications that you're looking for, we could then give you a document, a rubric, and each of you would do that individually at the board table with Dr. Miller tonight. And so we can then control that. And when we have each of your documents, you'll be able to see that as a board, the following candidates ranked the highest. So who as a board was the top leader, who was the second, who was the third, etc. And so typically when that happens, boards often have quite a bit of commonality when they identify 4 or 5 common folks. But then there's usually some questions on a couple of them, like who do we want to bring forward, who are we interested in, and then we can facilitate that dialogue with you. We also do that after the semifinalist interviews. So again, each board member, we will work with you to fill that out up at the board table and after that process, so that we can identify the candidates you're most interested in as a board, and then we would do it one more time after the finalists. So you would see as a board, after you've gone through each of those stages, who those top candidates
Great, thank you.
If I may, I believe it's really important to bring us back to the beginning of the process where you identify those key attributes that you are seeking in your candidate. And those attributes are the ones that are consistently followed throughout the entire search process, from the initial screening to that whole rubric process that Dr. Bittman so eloquently just described, so that again, we're drawing consensus collectively around the vision that you hold for your next year.
And this is really your search, so the opportunity to have authentic dialogue together about the candidates and wanting to make sure that the candidates you select for your semi-finalist round, finalist round, and ultimately your candidate is the candidate that you really believe will be part of the Forest Lake Union School District for many years to do the work that you need them to do.
Great, and I like the idea of your commitment to DEI and to hiring, pursuing that diversity with women and people of color and everything. And one last question, and I'm done, bear with me. So I'm looking at costs, and if candidates come from around the nation, we incur that cost for their travel, correct?
So typically, we work with the district. You probably have a process in place for stipends and travel. And so we would work with you, obviously to minimize those costs. But yes, you would be responsible for the cost for travel for them. And typically what districts would do is we would coordinate flights as well as a hotel for one day so that they will have that opportunity to work with you. Oftentimes in those processes, boards will, in fact, for example, if they have people coming from multiple places, they might offer an online virtual option or an earlier round, like semi-finalists. Others will want them to be in the room. And so again, there's lots of ways that we can work with you on curbing costs and crafting the search the way you would like.
Great, thank you so much.
All right, Member Corcoran.
Yes, thank you so much for your great presentation. I guess I'll send a question about cost. When it came into travel, I guess I'm curious, I know one of you is Minnesota-based, but would our person be Minnesota-based, that they wouldn't have to travel to come and meet with us?
Yeah, it's a really good question. So, and honestly, probably more than I need to tell you, but I'd be staying with my in-laws.
Okay. 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 Okay.
I am in Minnesota. I am close.
Yeah.
I would love the opportunity to search it. So there would be minimal costs for me.
Okay.
I would take the lead on the search. Dr. Miller will support as needed. And then certainly our vice president and Kathy, who's a coordinator, will work behind the scenes.
Okay.
So very minimal cost from a travel standpoint.
Okay. Well, that's great. And yeah.
And I, just to clarify, I'm in Minnesota as well. So
Oh.
it is about a 3-hour drive to be into the Twin Cities.
Oh,
okay.
And for Greater Minnesota, that's
Pipestone.
not bad of a day at all. So again, we manage those things with you and for you as Dr. Bittman shared.
Yeah, because that is such a big part of a lot of other presentations is costs. So just trying to keep down those expenses. And I like that you are national, that you have such a national database. I did see you do kind of look at maybe superintendents that have been in jobs for over 5 years to maybe re-recruit them back in. Is that something you guys make a practice of, or?
Yeah, once we place a candidate, we're committed to not taking them back.
Yeah.
And so
Okay.
we want to make sure that they are in place, and actually,
Okay.
we have probably, if not the longest running tenure of our candidates of any other agency. It's very close to that. So our tenure is typically is around 6 years,
Oh.
which across the country is almost double what the national average is. So
Okay.
we don't want to find a person that's best for you and then try to come back and get
Take them
for
away.
another district. So
Yeah.
we won't approach that at all.
Okay, great. All right, thank you.
My pleasure. And I would say on the cost end, we recognize that is a factor for all of us, especially at this time. And so our commitment to you, as I said, would have price match anyone and work with you very directly to cut costs where we could and still make sure that you get the right candidate.
Okay, great.
Member Christensen.
Yeah, thanks again for the presentation tonight. I'm sorry about the feedback and if you're getting it on your end too. But I did have a question for Dr. Bittman. Understanding that you are the superintendent at the Edina Public Schools, which I imagine is a huge job, how does that work with you also doing this kind of work, or could you speak a little bit to that, please?
Absolutely. It works great. You may have recognized that I retired and I came back to support you guys because they needed someone because Stacy went to St. Paul. And so I've been doing this for 4 or 5 years. The school board is very supportive of this work. So I will be available 24/7 to you. It has not been a problem. I'm actually just finishing up in the next couple of weeks the Monticello Public School search. And I would encourage you to reach out to them or Eastern Carver or other ones that I've done. They will no doubt explain that I have been very good in not having any issues. And again, I think that's an absolute benefit. It's something those districts would say because I am so close and I am so accessible. So this would be my priority. And this would be the only search I would be doing. And so when I do a search, I typically only do 3 or 4 a year. I commit to only one at a time so I can focus on your particular district.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, any other questions?
No?
All right, seeing none, I'd like to thank the two of you for presenting this evening and coming to us. I'm sure you'll hear from somebody in it sometime soon.
Yeah.
That sounds great. Well, we really appreciate the opportunity, so thank you so much.
Thank
Yep,
you.
Thank you.
Again, thank you very much, and best wishes in your decision.
Thank you. Good night.
All right, I think that will bring us to Dr. O'Mara with School Exec Connect. I see Dr. O'Mara is online. Welcome.
How you all doing?
Good, thank you.
Good.
Can you hear us?
I'm from chilly Chicago, but I'm sure you guys are more chilly than I am. I hope that you're all doing well. Should I share my screen for my short presentation, or will you guys
Yeah.
handle that?
Go ahead and give it a try.
We'll see what happens.
These guys were a lot. I mean, 18, like,
I'm not sure how to do that. I see your screen, but I don't see the option.
okay, maybe we can't. Okay, poor Renee.
Okay, we're working on some things on our end here.
They're
I apologize. I sent this to Joy, and I thought I could share my screen, but it's not giving me the
I
option.
think I guess I'm really liking. I like this.
Okay, we can see the presentation here on our side.
I'm really impressed with them. More than I thought.
So I cannot see it, so I'm gonna just kind of take it from my end here.
Yeah, we're on a cover slide.
Okay, so I'm slide 2 right now, if you guys can see that. We were established 22 years ago. We have 67 consultants throughout the United States. We have hundreds of professional associates and contacts throughout the nation here. Every single search we've ever done has been on time and within budget. The most important statistic to remember is the 97% success rate. That's the percentage of superintendents we have placed as remaining good standing and receive second contract offers from the boards of education. I did put some references in the proposal that you have a copy of. You can take a look at those if you need some more. You're welcome to do so. We've got a large footprint in Minnesota. We've done some great work up there, and we want to make sure that we get the right person for your district. Our 4-phase search plan is kind of outlined right here. Our search process is delineated on slide number 4. Again, any details you want, give them to you during the presentation. They're all outlined in the proposal. One of the things we'd like to highlight is that we do 1 year of mentorship coaching of the superintendent that is included in our costs. We have 3 guarantees. This is slide number 5, and these are unmatched in the industry. year. We hope to have a candidate in place by May. Again, all these details are outlined better in the proposal itself, and I'm happy to take any questions. I know the previous term had, 35 minutes of presentation. I didn't want to take that much time for you, but I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. We have a good track record in Minnesota and across the nation. We have an outstanding record as far as places superintendents. And there's a key number I'm going to throw out there for you. Finished the search here in Illinois, and we had 91 people apply for that job. We're great at recruiting people. And we're great at recruiting the right people that fit your needs moving forward for the next decade or so. I know you want a long-standing leader. So I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
All right, does anybody want to kick us off for questions? Member Castle.
So what does that mean, that it'd be only the costs of the, associated with the search? Which costs would they be in this search cost?
What are you referring to exactly? I'm sorry.
If the candidate fails to provide 2 years of service.
So if 18 months point he or she decides to leave, or you as a board decide, this person's not working out, there's no additional fee. The only additional cost would be whatever costs are associated with the being the person to recruit and vet the candidates and present those to the board. Including travel up to the Twin Cities, including copying maybe or something like that, but it would be very minimal.
So the consulting fee, regular expenses, advertising, and background check would not be in those costs?
Unless you fly a candidate in from New Mexico or Arizona or something like that, that's on the board, yes.
Sure. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Member Tyson.
So thank you for being here tonight, and I know you do have a good track record in Minnesota. I've reached out to other colleagues in other districts that have used Exec Connect. But so I do have a question though. I read in the big packet about your community. I mean, you do a board workshop where you go over interview strategies, right?
Yeah, so we do an interview workshop towards the tail end, after we vet candidates, after we meet with all your stakeholders, after we present the profile of the ideal candidate to the Board of Education, that it's your district, it's your community. In the interview workshop, we share sample questions, we share the profile, we make sure that we're ready to go to interview the semifinalists.
And then how do you conduct the community workshops? If you could expand on that a little.
So one of the first things we would do if awarded a contract in partnership, which we're dying to do for your district, is that we would have what's called a planning meeting. We would talk about the timeline and process. The process includes stakeholder involvement. And there are basically 3 different versions of stakeholder involvement. The first are targeted stakeholder groups, with teachers, administrators, with, of course, the Board of Education, with parent groups, with community groups. And those are all inclusive in our fee. The second would be a customized course choice survey that we would ask you to advertise and promote within your district, through your social media or other outlines that you have with your community. And the last would be a couple of open forums. One for staff, whoever wants to come and share their ideas, I'm there to listen. The second for community and parents. Whoever wants to come and have their voices heard, I'm there to listen. And those 3 aspects form the profile. When we look at the profile, that's the lens we use to
Okay.
fit right for your district.
Yes, and I liked how in the big packet you say that you include students as well in part of that.
And no offense, I'll meet with the board, of course, but my favorite group of people is the students.
Exactly.
I'm a full-time teacher, all-time principal, superintendent, and the students really just remind me of what I'm doing there and what's important in this effort.
So you talked about you do a 1-year coaching with the superintendent. What does that include?
Well, it kind of includes whatever the superintendent feels he or she needs. It could be on-site visits, it could be, a phone call once a week, once a month,
Okay, and I do like your 1, 2, and 3 guarantees, especially number 2, with the 24-month, and,
It's unmatched in the industry.
right, okay. Well, thank you.
All right, Member Corcoran.
Hi, thank you for being here tonight. My question is about, yeah, well, I know Chicago's a great place, and so is Minnesota. So, so I have a question regarding Minnesota. Do you have someone here in Minnesota that would be working directly with us? I know you have a lot of staff all over, so just wondered about that.
So we have team members in Minnesota. The two primary are senior partners, Ken Dragza and Tony Johns. Actually, we managed to name all their names, but they are willing to help out as needed.
Okay.
But I would be your point person.
You'd be our point person, so you would have to come in to do the in-person meetings yourself?
Yes.
You'd be here, okay.
Not only have to, I would want to.
Well, of course. How many times do you think that, I mean, just looking at costs for travel and things like that, so any idea how many times that would be?
I would say 6 or so.
6 times?
And I really would like to facilitate your semifinal and finalist interviews.
Okay,
Or 6 to 8, something like that. But
okay,
I want to spend some time there. I want to find out about your community. I want to find out about your parents, your community members, your staff, your administrators, and especially your students. And, that takes some time. That takes some connection. And I want to spend some time to make those connections. And, we can do Zoom things or whatever, but I'd like the person to.
right. And you said the expenses would not exceed the 18.5. Does that seem to be, I mean, that's, that's the top,
Yeah,
right?
that's all the way at the top.
Okay.
I did a search for you last year in Maryland and a year and a half ago in Maine, Portland, Maine. And I quoted the same number just because I wanted to be safe and not, piss anybody off. But I think it was, each one of those were under 10 grand. I can't promise that.
Yeah, yeah.
But that's how it is in my history. I
Okay.
just want to be safe.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
I don't stay for bets or something like that. That's not why I do this.
No, but I appreciate, yeah. It's just good to have a good number. Thank you.
All right, Member Christensen.
Yeah, thank you very much for being here tonight as well. I have a question, so just kind of perusing your website, it looks like you do other services as well. You do principal searches and some sort of board workshop type of work. So like how much of your company, just a ballpark, would you say is superintendent searches versus other work?
95%.
Okay, yeah,
Oh, so it's large.
thank you.
That's a high concentration.
Okay, thank you.
Wonderful.
All right, Member Edmondson.
Hi, Dr. O'Meara, thank you. So I looked, when looking through your proposal, I reached out to all of the people that are in Minnesota as references.
Good.
Okay, and I'll just say, I got rave reviews from one, and then maybe not so much rave on the others. And I'm curious, if you run into that, like an issue with anyone, how do you, during the process, how do you deal with it? I mean, because honestly, the rave reviews from Osseo, and then I spoke with someone in Sauk Rapids, and maybe you're familiar with that. So,
I guess I'm trying to interpret your question. How do I respond to some people not being in love with us?
or the idea that maybe this came up. I'm not, I was thinking you were gonna be in person, so I didn't think that I'd be doing this format, but.
I'm not sure. Again, I'm not
Well-
sure. I didn't do either one of those two
Okay.
services. But if you call the people that I've worked with personally, like I would do for your district, I think they would all say, Kevin's a great partner. He understood our district. He did his homework. He worked hard. He got it right. That's what I would expect. And I've done over 66.
Okay, thank you.
All right, do we have any other questions? No more questions? All right, thank you, Dr. O'Meara, for being here this evening. And
Thank you very much for your consideration. I hope to hear from you soon. And either best wishes. Your kids and your families deserve the best.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate
you.
that. Have a good evening.
You too, thank you.
Okay,
Right
that
on time.
brings us, did we get cut back up on time?
6:58, yeah.
Okay, that brings us to MSBA, Barb Dorn and Amy Jordan. Have they connected, or?
They weren't gonna come until 7,
Okay. 7, do we want to take a 5-minute recess and give them an opportunity to connect?
Sure.
Okay, without objection, we'll take a 5-minute recess and reconvene at 7:03.
Okay, perfect.
Forest Lake Area School Board meeting back to order.
Where's Gail
Member
at?
Clerk, will you please take the roll call of
Is she in the
attendance?
bathroom?
Find the attendance sheet here, it's in this file.
Here she comes. Who gave us this cute donut, Joy?
Okay, Member Tyson,
Karen did? Oh.
Here.
Member Rebbeline,
Here.
Member Corcoran,
Here.
Member Antonsen is here, Member Castle,
Here.
and Member Christensen.
Here.
Everybody's here.
All right, all here. We will welcome Mrs. Barb Dorn.
There
Welcome
she
to our
is.
meeting this evening.
Where's that? Whoop. Oh, now we don't have.
Oh, now we're working on audio.
Uh-oh, now we
Just
have
a
no
moment.
audio. Can't hear you.
Timeout.
Yeah, I think it's on our end, Barb. I do see your audio meter moving.
And you can hear us.
Yeah, can't hear you. Is Renee working on it?
Yep, I think we're working on it on our end yet.
Technical difficulties. They're
We
too
were
loud.
talking earlier about how much we love and hate technology at the same time.
Oh. Okay, get my ducks in a row.
Oh, we started already.
I know
Did we
it's warm in here. No, it's warm in here.
You want to give us another sound check?
My feet are hot. No, it's.
Okay, nothing yet.
Oh, yeah, a lot, just not this many things at once. Yeah, I wrote this, our tech people have.
How did it work?
Okay, we might have a solution in the works here.
That'll give us feedback.
Okay, we'll try another one.
We probably need some equipment upgrades.
Oh, I wonder if that did it.
Echo.
Perfect, okay.
Gotcha.
Welcome, Mrs.
Yay.
Dorn from MSBA. I will let you go into your presentation.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to join all of you tonight virtually. And what I'm planning to do is review MSB's Executive Search Services proposal for Forest Lake area schools and take maybe 15, 20 minutes and then take questions after that, or do you want me to try to be done in less time than that?
If it pleases the board, I would say take as much time as you need, and we will have some questions afterwards.
All right, thank you very much. So again, I really do appreciate the chance to be here. It's an honor to present to the board about our superintendent search services. My name is Barb Dorn. I'm the Director of Leadership Development and Executive Search at MSBA. I've been with the association almost 7 years now, and I work exclusively in the areas of superintendent search and also superintendent evaluation. So what I'd like to do tonight is discuss a little bit about what MSBA search services include and what we feel makes us different, because you do have a selection of firms to choose from. I'm sure anyone will do a very good job. I just want to share with you tonight what we feel are some differentiating features to present to the board. I'm also going to try to screen share because I have a PowerPoint. I believe you have the proposal in front of you. And I'm going to give it my best shot. I'm not always lucky with Google Meet, but I think I should be able to screen share fairly easily. So I'm going to share screen, and I'm going to look for the PowerPoint, and if I do share, we'll see if this works. Are you
Yay.
seeing the PowerPoint?
Yes, I see
Good
it.
job, Barb.
That's great. All right, so I wonder how I can forward, because I see it now, but if I do slideshow from the beginning, I can't see any of you anymore. I see my presentation only. Do you see the presentation on the big screen?
We do.
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm going to assume that I can forward through this and it's going to work, but let me know if it does not. So I'm going to move off of this slide. You know who I am. You know who MSBA is. Did it move forward one slide?
It did not.
No.
Oh, Matt, it did move forward, huh?
But we have copies here. I mean, if, you know, we,
We don't have the
that.
presentation. Yeah, we don't have the presentation.
oh, excuse me. I'm looking off my
We have
computer.
the full thing. The full proposal, yeah.
I'd like to share share, it says I'm sharing.
I don't believe it's in presentation mode, though.
Yeah, it's not in presentation mode on the view that we have. We're seeing what looks like PowerPoint, and it's sitting on its first slide.
So if I go to slideshow.
Oh, there we
Now
go,
we
now it
see-
works.
Now,
Yep,
now we saw it switch.
yep.
Did it switch right there?
Yep, there you go. We are on slide
Yep.
2.
Okay, great. I'm just gonna do it this way, so it looks kind of funny on my end, but thank you for your help.
Sure.
Yes, I continue to get it down to work. So I wanted to tell you a couple of quick stories. MSD has actually been doing superintendent search work for over 15 years now. We've completed more than 250 successful searches in the state of Minnesota. And especially in the last 5 years, we have grown our footprint across the entire state quite extensively, becoming a leading provider of superintendent search services here in Minnesota. The one thing I'll tell you in terms of what we have learned over those years is that there is no method. When you talk to search firms, I've spoken to a few others and looked at proposals, there are some scaffolding steps that are in every single search process. For example, every search firm will help you create a leadership profile. They will offer opportunities for the public to be engaged in the process. They will advertise the position, recruit candidates, vet the applications, recommend to the board of finalists, and facilitate the interview process. That is really basically the same regardless of which firm you are working with. So I don't think it's in so much what a firm does, but I believe is how a firm does that. So for example, from MSB's perspective, we base all of our superintendent search services on one core premise, and that is continuous improvement. I'm assuming this moves to a new slide, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay, I'm not gonna worry about that from now on, thank you. So the continuous improvement model here at MSBA has been really core for our work in the last 5 years. So first of all, we recognize that search methodologies really have to evolve with the time, especially since 2020. The pandemic really upended things as far as how searches are conducted, the technologies that utilize, how quickly things move. And so we feel the traditional methodologies don't always work as well as they could. So we say that we like to move at the speed of education. And we think that that matters because things have changed significantly, even in the last couple of years. Innovation and adaptability are extremely important to today's search environment. We're going to talk about that in the next few slides. I'm not going to dwell on it, but we do feel that the things that we do are quite innovative and can help us become again better and better each year when we are helping districts search for a year. And finally, we uncovered that transparency really truly is the most important component of any search process. And I will guarantee that MSBA runs the most transparent search in the business, and I'll explain why here in just a moment. So let's talk a little bit more about the innovations. I'm going to go to the next slide, and I'll touch on these 7 things. These are the steps every search firm is going to go through with you. So for example, in terms of creating the leadership profile, one of the things that MSB does every single year is we refresh our hiring criteria. The hiring criteria is what the school board surveys individual board members, and then we will help use that information to craft their leadership profile for the board to review. Now, things have changed in education just in the last few years, as I mentioned. So, for example, we have added a hiring criteria around the use of not just technology, but we've added AI into the possibility of hiring criteria requirement. So I think things need to be refreshed on a regular basis as education continues to evolve. I also think that a leadership profile really does need to be built upon the district's highest priorities. Everything that you do as board members, everything the superintendent does, everything your staff does, families, it is all based around student success. And that is extremely important in every piece of it matters. But when you have high priorities, you can help ascertain what are the higher priorities, and then from those, what are the high X priorities of the district? And that would be what you can base your leadership profile on. You need some sort of beacon to being for it in a superintendent search, so candidates know what are the highest and high priorities when they're looking at applying for this position. Obviously, you use your district's strategic roadmap, strategic plan, you'll use input from the board and from all of the different stakeholder groups across the district. I think the most important thing with the leadership profile is that you recognize every district is unique. All of the districts in Minnesota are members of MSBA, but they're all very different from one another. We represent districts across greater Minnesota, across the metro districts with 100 to 200 students, districts with 32,000. Because the districts are so unique and the school boards are so unique, every single search is going to be different. Obviously, you have to stay within the guide rails of what's legal, but it really will be different based upon the board's differences as well. I'm going to talk about public engagement opportunities just for a moment. One of the things that we've added in the last couple of years, because of our core model, is that search preview meetings have become an important part of what we do. And if you look at page 2 of the proposal, that's the leadership page, but if you look at page 3, that's public engagement stakeholder opportunities. So on page 3, we do talk about the search preview meeting, will be the second bullet point down there. We've added those very early in the process. We meet with internal district leadership. Very often as administrators and perhaps a group with the leadership of the bargaining unit. Maybe there's a very active parents organization. So we want to meet with those groups, loop them in early to explain what's going to happen, when it's happening, why it's happening that way. So we'll share that information, we'll answer all of their questions, and we'll ask for help. We want to help us get people involved in the process, take the survey from the board meetings, and so on and so forth. So the search preview meetings have been an extremely important part of increasing transparency, as has the next thing, the Q&A session. So the Q&A session came about because we did have some searches where rumors took root early on in the search process. By doing a Q&A session, which is a recorded session, it's a Zoom meeting that we host, we answer people's questions about the process. If they can't join us live, we'll ask them to send questions in advance that we will then answer, and we'll record that and we'll put it on the district website for information on the search. So people can watch it 24/7. It's only about a half hour, maybe 45 minutes. People can watch it to get accurate transparency about the process. So the Q&A and the search preview meetings are new just in the last few years. The survey at the top is the largest tool that we use. The survey we learned through the pandemic is actually the most effective way to gather feedback. For one, it is available 24/7. Focus groups are not available that often, and when the survey was offered as the only tool during the pandemic, we tried online survey groups, we tried online focus groups. We would oftentimes get 30 or 35 people on a focus group, and only 4 or 5 people actually said anything. So we started directing everyone to that survey, and the response rates went way up, and the transparency of their answers increased because it's anonymous in the survey tool. So that's been a really great use of our time to all stakeholders, we think. Our survey reports are better than any of the business as well. You can go to any of them that are currently on websites of districts we're working on to see the survey tool, survey report as well. If you want to add listening sessions and focus groups, we certainly will walk through the reasons to do those. The one reason we found oftentimes not to do them is people do have barriers to attend. There's often a very busy family life, people can't come to a focus group, maybe they don't have transportation, maybe they do shift work. So we will certainly include those if you'd like us to. We've simply found that the survey levels the playing field, so everyone is hearing the same volume and response rates and do go way up. I'm just going to keep talking, but I can't see any of you if you do have questions. So you're up to your questions.
But we'll do questions at the end.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you for clarifying that. I do want to say also in terms of public engagement opportunities, there's 2 times people can be involved in this process with the public. The first is at the very beginning, through things like the survey, focus groups, search reviews, Q&A, and again at the end. And that's a decision we want the board to make as the search unfolds. So for example, once the survey report comes in, you'll hear from the different constituents in that report. At that meeting, the board's going to decide, now what do we need to do with our interview rounds? Do we want to have separate interview committees? Do we want to have audience input, perhaps at board interviews? Do we want building tours? Do we want meet and greets? Do we want Q&A time with candidates between the finalists and the community? Lots of different ways we can structure things for the end of the search as well in terms of public engagement. There should always be some sort of building tour that's a given, but all of the other options are something as well. I'll talk about advertising the position just for a moment. That's on page 4 of the proposal that you have in front of you. It is going to be included on all of the local sites, which are MSBA's jobs board, MASA, EdPost, also in Revelis. Revelis is a proprietary database that MSBA uses for our search services. It is a nationwide database, and school board associations across the country who do superintendent search use Revelis as the application database. So if someone, for example, is looking at a school board association's jobs board in Nebraska, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, they will see the Minnesota openings as well. And so it is, by that nature, included in our search for you that would be a national search. If you want to advertise nationally, in order to save the district's money, we do not include national sites in it originally. However, as you can see at the bottom of page 4, if you want to pay for those additionally, you can. I don't always think that they are necessary because the word of mouth, particularly among Minnesota administrators, is your best route to get the position advertised. But it's an option we want to offer to the board so people can know if they want to post it nationally on any one or all of the national campaigns. We're going to recruit candidates, support both up down there. And you can see here on page 5 through 6 that we are a member of the National Affiliation of Superintendent Searchers. On page 6, it is a list of all of the school board associations that do superintendent search and belong to NAS. So we network through them. We also have a national recruiter on our staff. If you'd like us to reach out to like districts across the country, we will certainly do that. And he goes to national conferences like the AASA conferences right now in Nashville. He is there visiting with folks, handing out cards, talking about Minnesota openings as well. Let's see. We do have a team of folks, if you can jump ahead in your proposal a little bit to page 16. We have a lot of people very connected across the state of Minnesota that work with MSBA on our search services. And there's a map on page 19 that does show where those folks are in the state and who they are. They are former school administrators. They are also a few former board members. So they help us expand and contract our staff during search season. We are in high search season right now. It'll last all the way through the middle of June. And these are the folks on page 19 that help us do that. They're also very, very connected and will help us reach out to them to make sure they're aware of the opportunity there in Forest Lake. Our presence in Minnesota is stronger than anyone else's search firm due to those folks. Obviously, we have about 25 staff at MSBA doing lots of work across the state, and all of those folks know to talk about search services and opportunities that are open to our services as well. I'm going to move on to vetting applications. And if you want to go back to page 8 and 9, in the proposal, that's where it talks about how we will screen the applications and vet them. Now, one of the things that I believe is different for our search services is each school board member will have access to all of the materials. So you will, through a secure limited cloud, be able to individually access everyone's application. That will include cover letters, resumes, letters of recommendation, transcripts, licensure, answers to questions specifically designed for Forest Lake. You're able to look at that once the application deadline has passed. While you are reviewing those, keeping in mind it's private data, you have to be very careful that those things are not revealed in any way, shape, or form. That's the data practice act. We will be vetting those folks and trying to get it down to the strongest list. We'll compare the application to your leadership profile, which you developed, and to the results of that public interest summary report. So between those two documents, we will try to come up with the strongest 4, 5, 6 people that we'll recommend to you to interview. You can take our slate, but you're not required to because you have seen these applications. You might choose to interview someone that MSBA is not recommending, but because you're the board, this is your search, you'll be making each decision along the way. We want to make sure you have the information at every opportunity to be most informed about what your options are and the consequences of every decision you're going to make. And then you'll make that decision. And MSBA will support the board in that decision for the rest of the search. But we aren't going to lead this search. Your district actually leads it. We're there to guide, support, recommend, and lead all of the heavy lifting. There's a great deal of work to do in this search, but we will make sure the U.S. board has full control of all of this along the way. I do want to say on page 7, there's some interview information there. You've probably read some of them, whether it's police trainings or workshops, things like that. Our interview preparation training is also very important because the open meeting law is very, very important to the process. Open meeting law, government data practices act both apply to the search process. So you cannot close a meeting for purposes of a superintendent search. That includes discussing the applications, which is private data, in an open meeting. So it's a little bit tricky. You'll talk about the candidates in terms of AD minutes. about those expectations. We want to be fair to the superintendent, and we want the priorities of the board to be woven into those goals. So you are a good team. I know we talk a lot about that in our process as well. But, okay, that's all I've got for process. The interview process is just a lot of coordination. We do a survey every single year about all candidates who either applied for or were interviewed. We do a survey every year of school board members, district council contact, what went well, what could have done better, and what else we from the process, which is why we added many of the things we added in the last couple of years. So it's starting to wrap up, and I know I'm going kind of quickly here. I do tend to talk fast, but I know your time is very valuable. When you look at the key points, all of this information is on page 15. I would say the biggest differentiator for us is that we only use the lens of school board. We understand what your job is, we understand how stressful it can be, how much is on your plate, and we also understand the student success is a heartbeat of every decision that you are making. So we do not represent candidates, for example. We don't have any stable of resumes or people that we are trying to place. However, we'll make sure that everybody knows about this opportunity, that they look at the leadership profile and the report from the public summary report, decide if it aligns with who they are as a leader, and if so, they will apply. We do tend to have fairly large pools because people know they don't have to wait to be invited to apply by MSBA. This is a wide open search and may the best candidate win. So the school board leadership is something that I think is extremely important in the search process. Also, again, I mentioned the transparency of the work that we do with the search preview meetings, the Q&A with MSBA, the engagement report. We want that on the district website after board testing it. A lot of things that we will do, I think, that might be different. We also provide the search lead phone number and email address to anyone who is interested in learning more about the process. Obviously, we work with the board, but we also want applicants, stakeholders, staff, parents, welcome to pose questions about what's happening, when, and why. Firm bandwidth is on my slide, but it's not in our proposal because I forgot to mention it. And I think the good thing with MSBA is that we are able to, again, expand our services. Our capacity has never been an issue. We do most of the searches in Minnesota because we have a well-oiled machine in place for the process, and we have all of those additional folks as service providers helping us do this work. It also is not just our search team, specifically myself, Amy Jordan, Shelby Rivera, and Maria Schenbacher, that do searches for Minnesota. A lot of people at MSBA touch the search process. Our communications team, Carrie Morrow, our policy guru, our marketing communications team, technology folks. So we have people working on searches in different corners of MSBA. It's not just the four of us who are full-time in search. There are no hidden fees, and on page 13, I want you to take a peek at that. Not only what is included in the search fees for MSBA, but I want to take a moment to point out what we do not charge for. Let's take a look at that. We do not charge for travel, attendance at your interviews, always at all in increase in person, any of those transition services, and any of the ongoing or new support of the board team. So you will find us available even long after your search has concluded to support the board and the superintendent as well. That's your post-hiring support, next transition workshops and such. The two things on here that are also not in the packet, the Delta Minnesota knowledge. I want to take just a moment on that because I do think that having a Minnesota home base and familiarity with Minnesota statute sets us apart. I already mentioned the Open Meeting Law and the Data Practices Act. Very important phases. However, that's a pretty low-hanging fruit. Most people can Google those to figure out exactly how that applies in Minnesota because every state has different open meeting laws and different privacy laws. So we already know that, but I do believe that's something that other firms obviously will learn. There are some more obscure statutes that, because we're MSBA, we know these things. For example, there needs to be special voting circumstances for the board if any of you are related to the fourth degree to any of the people in your pool. If you are related, it's happened to me twice just in the last 2 years, where someone on the board was related by blood or marriage to one of the candidates they are married. That requirement is a unanimous vote of not require that because in statute, the superintendent is treated just like a teacher for purposes of where they live. So if someone offers it in an interview, for example, that they're going to move to the Forest Lake area, you can't even consider that in making your decision because they cannot be required by statute to do so. So it also should not affect your decision. So that kind of innocent analogy will stop now, but there's a whole bunch of those sorts of things that we feel do matter for the conduct of research. And then this is the last slide on YMCA. You can see in the proposal some pages of the surveys like that.
16.
16.
Page 20. Page 20, this proposal was written in November, so there were 8 districts that we were working with at that time. Minnesota, we are currently at 13 searches in Minnesota instead of 8, but we have wrapped up 3 searches. They are in their year. So we are still working on 10, but they're in different phases of their process. This slide I simply like to include because on the left, those are the 13 searches either included or currently underway through MSD's district. And on the right, 2 sides, those are the searches we did just last year. And those were the searches, I think there's 30 on one of those. So at the conclusion of last search season, and they are also listed here on page 21, you can also see 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years. We cover the entire state, and I'm really proud of the work that we do. I do want to ask Joy if she would pass one thing out because I think it's important that you know who would be leading your search. And because of some commitments I have in other districts, I would not be leading the search in the Forest Lake area. However, it would be Amy Jordan. Amy is our Assistant Director of Leadership Development and Executive Search. What I sent to Joy earlier today is something that I just want you to get over to comments from searches the last 2 years. The front page, this is the feedback that we gathered from our search clients each year. So as soon as the search is done, we send a survey to district contact in every single board member. We ask you to fill it out, not everybody does, but it makes you.
Thank you.
It's a 4-point Likert scale.
This is nice.
4 is perfect, and a 1 is pretty bad. So you can see last year's searches, those 30 searches, averaged 3.9. And the folks who evaluated us, and it's anonymous. And then the second page is the searches for 4. So it's only 2-year data, but we have it in 5 years. And then the next couple of pages, I went through the survey. The first question is always, what was the best thing about working with MSD search? So I went through and picked all the searches that we served as a search lead for last year. And at the very end of this, there are the searches we led the year before. So I think if you read through those comments, you'll get a feel for the kind of contact person who would lead for you in your search, the things that are important to her as a search lead, and the value that she places on clear communications and guiding the board. So that's an introduction of Amy, since she could not be with us tonight. That is the only reason I'm sharing that. Otherwise, if she was here, I wanted to do it, but I'm also really proud to work with her. So this is just a couple of quotes from some searches last year. There are more sprinkles of proposal, but again, we think that we can tell you how much we think our services are worth at districts, but I think it means a whole lot more when you actually work with us on this. So that is what is up now. Our questions are always welcome. I'm going to, I think, log out of screen sharing this and be prepared to come back to me. Just about an hour. Hopefully I'll answer questions as well. Can I log out of the PowerPoint, or do you want me to leave this slide up?
I think you can close
I
that.
see your face. Let's see you. Rather see you, yeah, than the, yeah, let's see you, Barb. There you
All
are.
right, rather see me.
There she is, yeah. There you are.
All right, wonderful.
There we go. Okay, and I'll see you now too. Thank you very much.
Okay, who wants to kick off the questions?
And I really appreciate you, but I have to stop talking now and see what questions I have.
All right, Member Atkinson.
Hi, Barb. Thank you for your presentation tonight. It was very thorough. I would like to know, with Amy, Jordan, or any of your search people, how many do they do at one time? Is it just one at a time? They're solely focused on one district at a time?
No, it is usually between 2 and 4.
Okay, so they may have,
Phases. Yeah, some are in the very beginning phase.
okay,
If you start the planning meeting, that's when everything kicks off. The brochure is ready, the timeline's ready, the survey goes out. Then
Yep.
for all members of the public and staff to fill out.
Okay.
So when there's that role for your search, for example, she might be kicking off another search and then the role after that.
Okay.
So the search has these hills and valleys, and so we schedule them so that we always have valleys when we start a new search, and then when there's hills, we will make sure that we're focusing on every interviews. We won't go to interviews ever on this night. So it's about 3 to 4, but I'm usually closing them tonight in other districts, so they're always cycling through.
Okay.
About 2 to 4.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions?
Well,
Member Corcoran.
oh, hey Barb, thank you again for rescheduling. I'm sorry for all the back and forth, but I do appreciate you being available tonight. So I just want to, a few key points. I mean, the timeline, of course, is incorrect because we started this back in November when you first submitted your timeline. But it's a really good thing to see all the different phases and go everything through there. And also, I just wanted to comment on your fee is amazingly reasonable, and no expenses or minimal expenses, very small compared to other search firms. I think really happy to see that. And I know Amy, does she live near here, or how does that work for her to travel and stuff? That's my question.
Okay. Amy lives in Mankato.
Okay.
I live in Midland.
Okay.
Lee Warren leads searches up north. He lives in Grand Rapids. But this search is just north of the metro, so that is an area that either Amy or I would cover. I'm currently doing some searches in the metro, and so I don't have them on my plate, but Amy will help me make sure other searches that we start to wrap up as well.
Okay.
We put in a lot of road warriors. It's not road warriors, so we'll go wherever board members need us.
Yeah. Well, I particularly love the follow-up for that 1 year, especially meeting with the board, with the new superintendent, and kind of having that follow-through after, because the transition, that to me is really critical, and I like that that's included as part of your service for no charge. That impresses me, because that is really different for a board and superintendent starting. So I'm trying to think of any other questions, but I do like that you guys are up to date on all the policies. I know when I did the other search, I was involved in that years ago, and we also wanted the superintendent to live in our district, and I think you guys set us straight and said, you cannot require that. And I think that is, every board would like to have their superintendent live in their community, to be part of their fabric of our community. So that was critical, and it was a life lesson on that meeting. So, but I do like that you have those policies and to kind of keep us doing the right things and keeping us to task. So, but thank you.
You're welcome. One thing I didn't mention is that we will not charge the district anything at all until you have a superintendent. So, for example, if you post it at the end of February, applications come in, conduct interviews, or at some point you just don't think it's the right person, we do not want you to settle. So what would happen in that case is if it just isn't the right person, we'll help you find an interim, no charge. We did the Superrater 2 years ago. We did a search there. They didn't find the right person, so we helped them find an interim. They decided to keep that person for 2 years, and then we started the search again this year. And because it's a 1-year search guarantee, it was another charge. But they decided they wanted that one and keep the interim for 2 years instead of having us do another search for free. But we just wrapped up that search last week. We did have a 6-0 vote. They're divided board, but they felt very good about the candidate and did have a unanimous vote actually earlier this week. So it was, if we don't find someone this year, we'll find you the interim, we'll start the search up next fall, probably fall or winter, and then when you do find the right person, then eventually you'll be charged for the search. But until that time, there are absolutely no charges.
Wow, thank you.
Member Atkinson.
I was going to also ask you, I know that you guys do board self-evaluations. That's a service that you offer. Is any part of that board self-evaluation part of what the work is you do with the board during this process?
That's also a great question. Technically, no.
Okay.
But I will tell you that Gail and I work very closely together, and what we've heard from other boards is that going through a superintendent search with MSBA is basically a 2-month team building exercise. If we start earlier, if we started in November, it would have been about a 3-month, but we're getting a little tight.
Right.
Running out of runway. So it'll probably be about 2 months for you to complete a search. And what we have found or if you do a self-eval before the search or the early start of it, sometimes by the conclusion of the search, you have learned to work together more collaboratively, because ideally we would like to see a unified board and we have those. Ideally, of course, it doesn't have to be that, it just has to be a majority. But the school board self-eval itself technically is not a part of the search services, but because it's part of MSBA, it's in our DNA. And that kind of work and that kind of board development is a natural part of our search process.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
That is very helpful, thank you.
Member Tyson?
Yes, so thank you, Barb, for being here and presenting MSBA's search process. We have used it before, so I do see that some of your methodologies have changed. I really like adding the virtual for people that do have barriers to access, or they can't get there to a meeting, they need to be home. So I really like that aspect of it. I also like how you tie the strategic plan to our search, as well as school priorities to the hiring. I think that's really important. Now, when you do the preview meetings with administration and bargaining, does that include teachers?
Typically, it's the leadership of the bargaining units.
Okay.
Preview meetings are specifically for those groups. However, that Q&A with MSBA that we record, that is watched by a lot of teachers.
Okay.
And a lot of teachers send questions to us in advance of that Q&A so we can answer it, and it's recorded, and then it's put on the website, and they can watch it at their convenience. So the leadership of the unit really comes in early for all of those. Hey, please help get people involved. Please help them make the survey. Ask them to watch the board meetings. Have them, watch the Q&A online. That's why we're trying to loop them in early. But then that Q&A is for everybody: parents, community members, grandparents. That's why most people will watch that and get the information that they need about what's happening in that time.
Yeah, that makes good sense. I know when we did it,
Go ahead. Sorry.
when we did it last time, we had a teacher focus group and a community focus group, but now it's kind of done in that Q&A and then posted on the website, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Right. And sometimes the certain career meetings, because they're targeted to specific groups, maybe there's a, PTO, PTA.
Right.
That is a leadership group in the district. The search preview is MSBA sharing information out. Here's the information. What questions do you have? Then we've done focus groups with those same exact groups because it's a very targeted group. And that's the opportunity for those folks to tell us back this way, what do you think? What are you looking for? In addition to filling out the survey, we always ask people to fill out that survey. That's the number one tool for people to hear.
Excellent. I know that the post-hiring support is really valuable, and we had that last time as well. Can you just talk a little bit more about what that entails?
Sure. There's a document we've created that is kind of a checklist to help the new superintendent and school boards should take a look at and be prepared for. We will obviously visit the new superintendent in the first 2 months of them leaving the district. The transition workshop is the biggest piece. We'll make sure that they are included in that conversation because your superintendent is an ex officio member of your board. So we want to facilitate that conversation between board members and superintendent to get them talking about expectations. They cannot read your mind, and you cannot read their mind. So that conversation we think is critical to get them on the right foot. That everyone agrees with these are the 3 goals for this year, and this is what we're going to evaluate you on. Here's the metric we're going to use when we evaluate you. And as a board, here are the goals we're going to set to support the superintendent in reaching their goals. Because you as a board do not want your superintendent to fail. You want them to succeed, because if your superintendent is succeeding as a leader, the members of the staff, cabinet, administration will succeed, and most importantly, the students will.
Correct.
So this again is all student-centered thinking. You've seen our government model, our right in the middle, student success. So that we continue to drive home with all of the follow-up information and all of the workshops that we've written.
I know we really liked it when we had it last time. One other thing I wanted to comment on, I mean, Minnesota is unique with its open meeting laws. They're very strict. So I remember that from last time as well. You really have a good process, but it sounds like it's more enhanced now.
We've made a number of changes to the process just in the last 5 years.
Okay.
And I think that's due partly to what we learned from the pandemic, but it's also, we implemented that continuous improvement model 5 years ago. We started surveying our boards to say what went well, what could have gone better, what else do you want to tell us? That has really helped. So some of the things that we've added in the last 2 years came directly out of that survey. We need to know what people are thinking so that we can improve for the next year. One of the things we did this year, for example, we got feedback last year that students were not participating in the survey as much as we hoped. You know, we posted the survey link. People took it. Some students took it, maybe 10, 20 kids took it. But what we heard was we want more student voice. And so we did two things. One, we started working with the school districts and specifically with the preschool administration to see if there was an opportunity during advisory periods or we used to call them study hall back in my day, but there was a time that students could be given the option, never require it, but an option for 15, 10 minutes to take the superintendent search survey. And that has drastically increased participation by students to move it into maybe one day during the 2-month process. We also create student-friendly surveys. So when you click on students and the survey takes you to a student survey, it will plain language. So for example, the language in the survey for us, staff, parents, guardians, etc., might say fiscal responsibility. Student survey says money. So it's very simple language for the teen brain to be able to just take the survey and know exactly what they are suggesting to us. If there's enough students to take the survey, then we separate that data out, and in the report we say, here's what parents, guardians, staff members, people, committee members said, here's what your students said. So it's an in-depth report that is purely student-centered. So those two things really significantly increased the input from students, and it's been fascinating to see those kids are doing.
That's terrific, because we definitely do want that student voice included. One last thing I'm going to touch on and is new this time around is that all the materials are in the cloud. So we no longer have to come in 2s and 3s and take turns reviewing. Correct? It's all in the cloud and we can access it at any time.
Individually, you'll each set up your own username and password, so that you as individuals can access all of those application materials 24/7. We just ask, and this is part of the interview training, that you are very aware of the repercussions of disclosing private data. So when you're looking at them, for example, if it's on your computer, please don't do it in a coffee shop. And someone walks behind you and sees a resume, you just broke the data privacy laws. So be very careful where you look at those. However, if there is a board member, we still run across board members that prefer hard copies. In that case, yes, we'll work with the district office to ensure that there is one set of hard copies in the district office that you can go in and review, but not take it with you from the district office. So we will accommodate anyone who doesn't want to access it electronically. Most people do, but we'll be happy to have hard copies ready for those who don't want to use the computer.
Yeah, and I think that's an excellent and makes it more functional. I can be a slow reader, and I remember leaving and going, what did I read about that person? So I really like that aspect of it. So I think that I like that there's no hidden fees with this proposal, and I appreciate that. I also like that on the national side, you try to connect. If you're doing national, your recruiter looks for, and this is the first I heard that there was a national recruiter, for people with the same size district and the same things that we'd be looking for. It's not just somebody just out there. It's more of a concerted effort to find that person.
Kind of matching.
He's a whiz at putting information into the internet, the description of the values plan, the characteristics of Forest Lake area, and he'll come up with a list of 20 or 25 districts similar that align with the values of your school and your districts, and then he'll reach out to administrators in those districts to encourage them to look for Forest Lake opportunities. So that is new. He actually just joined our team last year. There are no hidden fees because those add up really quickly.
They do.
However, remember, if you want the national advertising, you have an additional fee. Also, we have a hybrid model where 2 of the meetings on that timeline, we do join you virtually for 2 of those meetings. If you want us to come in person, we're happy to do that, but there is a $3 upcharge for each of those additional meetings. Otherwise,
I saw that.
from St. Peter, there's like 2 little asterisks written on that. Those all are options that can be put with the
Okay, well, thank you so much, Barb.
You're welcome, thank you.
All right, anybody else have questions? All right, I don't see any. I had a couple of my own that didn't get covered during the Q&A here, but one of the things that I noticed when I was reviewing the documentation that you provided with us is there's a couple of districts, including my alma mater here, who actually did repeat surges within a 3-year period. And one thing I noticed you did not speak about is the percent of placements that you have that continue into a subsequent contract. So can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you for asking that. So it's difficult to track that because people's reasons for being in a position within the first few years really do vary. We do have the search guarantee that if for any reason you're selected superintendent, it doesn't stay for that year, whether it's their choice, your choice. We have had people within that first year who realize it's not a great fit for either party, or there was a health condition that interfered, or family circumstances. If it doesn't, if they don't come back for a second year, even though they have a 3-year contract, we do another search for free with no additional charge. So that guarantee is in there. It would be contingent on the person being in our recommended slate. We may have some lots of people in the pool, some that you can interview that we don't recommend. You're welcome to hire those folks, but in our vetting process, we won't guarantee the placement of people that we don't recommend. We also do require you to look for a transition workshop. We didn't guarantee. So one of the things that's unique to Minnesota, and I know that there is with that retention period that people like to talk about perhaps on a national level that, I don't know, X number of our superintendents stayed 10 years or something like that. One of the things that is tricky is you can't compare apples to apples because of the contract. All of you know that superintendent contracts can be no more than 2 years. Well, that is an opportunity every 3 years, very often every 2 or 2.5 years. Superintendents start looking, or school boards start looking. So we used to have a much longer superintendent tenure here in Minnesota because it wasn't in place until I think 2004. The legislature shifted it to up to 3 years, but more. And contract language about rolling over or subsequent contracts, that all changed. It now needs to be a brand new contract every 3 years. So it's an opportunity to renegotiate, but it also gives you an opportunity to switch over years. Minnesota's long-term tenure used to be about 10.5 years for superintendents to stay. Last year, it was 5.3 years, and I actually just heard last week that it is now under 5 years. Superintendents in Minnesota are staying an average of like 4.7 years, and it's continuing to get shorter. So I don't have a statistic, I apologize specifically what that is, but I will say that sometimes there's not a good match. The school board is the one who is going to choose who they want to hire. We'll recommend folks, but ultimately, it's not our decision. Local control is a board lead from MSBA, so you will hire the person who you feel will benefit students the most. And yet, within a year or 2 or 3, you may not be inclined to just visit the way you want. Things do change. So I think, based upon my experience the last 7 years, about 90% of our searches go beyond one contract, but I don't have that. That's anecdotal. I don't track it. Sandy Gunlock used to track that. It's just a very laborious amount of turnover years. We got there. As the districts you're looking at, what's your alma mater?
Albert Lee.
Oh, Albert Lee, sure.
Yep.
That was one for the district who just was not the right fit. So we went back and did another search. There are a couple of those searches you'll see this year and last year because there was perhaps an interim in place, and so we did another search for free for those folks. It doesn't always work out. It is not always sunshine and rainbows for people that they do pick the position. Things change or things come to light, and we want to be available to our members to make sure that if they leave with that first year, we're going to do another search for free. Chances are they're going to stay at least into a second contract, but if they're on average with everybody else, they might leave. Like wave a wand and not stay about 10 years. That's a nice thing. It's very, very rare.
All right, well, I thank you for that answer and the context there. The last question I have kind of revolves around a bit of a viral video that went out on the Hopkins meeting last month. There was a question about DEI, and I can't quote this exactly, but it was something along the lines of 75% of the metrics or the member districts in MSBA didn't support the DEI initiative, but MSBA felt it was important enough that they carried it forward. I don't want to dwell on that, but what I do want to ask is how do you balance MSBA's commitment with DEI with sourcing the very best talent for our superintendent without giving regard to immutable traits?
Thank you for asking that question, because I think that was taken out of context. So that particular district asked specifically, if you listen to the clip, it says specifically, what is your firm's commitment to equity? It was not DE&I, it was actually equity, is the term they were looking for. So I wanted to share with that board specifically that MSBA had an equity piece in our strategic plan, and we started our work on a revised strategic plan maybe 2 or 3 years ago. And what we heard from, and I had to apologize because I pulled that number from my head. If you watch it, you'll notice I go, well, because I spent a lot of time in Greater Minnesota, and if you're looking at the percentage of members in MSBA, the vast majority of our members are in Greater Minnesota, and most of them have less than 1,000 students. So when I was doing superintendent searches across Greater Minnesota, for example, most of those districts didn't use the word equity in their leadership profile. They were using other words, and that's exactly how it is supposed to work. The districts themselves are supposed to put the words in the vacancy brochure that align with who they are. So I did pull that number. It's not statistically accurate. I simply remember driving around and looking at a lot of small schools that didn't want that word equity in their plan, and it would never even be proposed in their leadership plan, because if they took the hiring criteria survey and that word, the equity conditions, were not highlighted by board members, it wasn't even in a proposed leadership plan whatsoever. So I feel it became very responsive to our members, because there was a lot of controversy around DE&I in particular, but ours was about inclusion, and the question in conference was specifically about equity. So we actually reformed our phrasing, looked at our current options, talked about belonging being an important part of our core values. So if you go to MSBA's website now and you look at our strategic plan, there are areas that we focus on, and there are core beliefs, 7 core beliefs of MSBA. We represent all school boards in Minnesota, and one of the most important beliefs we have is in local control. So in working with that board, if you look at their district website, for example, equity is an extremely important part of the district overall. It's an important part for the board, but recognizing the board to be other individuals with different viewpoints, different lenses, different life experiences. What we always say when we're working with the board on a leadership profile is your individual perspectives, values, and beliefs are what makes the board strong. Different opinions and diversity of thought are a very good thing. In the end, when the board moves forward with any part of the profile, it's a majority of the board, correct? The middle of the board sets the direction. In this case, that's the leadership profile. That district wanted that in our leadership profile, so it is. But again, many of our small members do not have that in there, and that's what we support. We want them to create a leadership profile that works for them. So I need to apologize because that number was just, I had to think about my time on the road, and I was picturing the state of Minnesota and where I drive, and many of the smaller districts in Greater Minnesota didn't want that. So we actually responded to our members and reverted to the local control, and then we talked about belonging. So the core beliefs and the core values are all in the sentence behind it. Those words are not a part of our strategic plan because we want to be relevant to everyone who belongs to us. So thank you for asking about that, because I think there's some misunderstandings about what that might have been. If you listen to the 4-minute clip, it really is about what the local board wants to do. We're not ever going to shove anything down anybody's throat, because that's not our place. Our position is to support you as a board, whatever you might be on that exact time.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. I think that's important context to have, especially when a lot of these things that are on the internet get snipped into little sound bites, and that was.
I appreciate it as well. Thank you very much for asking that.
All right, does anybody else have any other questions? Member Antonsen.
Okay, one last thing. You spoke about if the possibility comes around, the board can't get a majority consensus on a superintendent, do you draw from, is there a interim superintendent pool that you draw from?
Yes. People know that MSBA
question.
So lift.
Okay.
Most often it is former superintendents that are willing to step in for 1 year as an interim. So they'll contact me and I put them on my list, and very often there's geographic restrictions. They're interested in working within 30 minutes of wherever their home base is, or they're willing to work in any other corner of the state. So the circumstances of an interim are always different, but you also have to think real long and hard about the purpose of the interim, because there's two kinds of interim superintendents. The first kind is the one I just mentioned, typically a former administrator. They miss education, they still have a superintendent license, and they want to help a district and serve as a bridge. So it's a 1-year gig. They're there to help you through that transition. It's usually a lot about management, an interim superintendent manages, superintendent leads, but an interim superintendent is not going to move along a lot of new initiatives. This makes people feel on us.
Yeah.
Second kind of interim is someone who wants to audition for the role of your permanent superintendent. Maybe they're mid-career or mid-end career, so they want to come in and work with the board for 6 to 7 months, prove to you that they're a good superintendent, and then there's no obligation to actually do a superintendent search. There's requirements as an EEOC employer that you're posting this position. That's required, but you're not required to do a whole big external search. Some people will take the risk of a 1-year contract as an interim in hopes of landing a permanent job. But it is a risk because the 1-year contract's only a 1-year gig. So you want to think carefully about which kind of interim you're interested in.
Okay.
Some districts actually say to their interim, you will not have an opportunity to apply for the job. Just so you know, you are here as a placeholder, and we're going to conduct a search while you're here in the legislature. So clarity around expectations of your interim is also really, really important. And I know they appreciate it, and the board appreciates it. So again, we just have to talk about what are the expectations of that interim. But I have a list. That was a long answer. The short answer is yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, do we have any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you so much for joining us this evening, Barb, and giving us the opportunity to ask questions.
Likewise, thank you very much.
Okay.
I wish you the best, whatever you decide your next steps are going to be. MSB is always here to support you, and we'd be honored to be selected in the search towards the area. However, you will do what's best for the students and kids that attend your district there. So, thanks for having me. I'm going to log off.
Okay.
And I appreciate the help with the technology, and make sure you can hear me as well, everybody. So, have a good night.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, on the technical side of things, do we need a short recess to kind of reset, get everything back to standard? Okay, why don't,
Waiting.
okay, without objection, we'll recess for 5 minutes. We'll reconvene at 8:10.
Yeah.
Seeing none? I now call the regular school board meeting for Forest Lake Area Schools, Thursday, February
Sorry, I
12th,
have
back
to
to order.
sign quick
Member
note.
clerk, please take the roll call of attendance.
Okay. Member Christensen.
Here.
Member Tyson.
Here.
Member Rebeline.
Here.
Member Corcoran.
Here.
Member Antonsen is here, and Member Castle.
Here.
All right, everybody's here.
All right, while we were in recess, we had a request to move the STEP presentation up, so if it pleases the board, we'll go ahead and do that. These students planned on presenting about an hour ago, so I think we would like to
Sorry.
accommodate that if possible. All right, seeing no objection, we'll go ahead and do that.
Dr. Wilson?
Dr. Wilson?
So I brought some cards so you guys can see them. This is the only thing I could find in the cupboard for my notes.
I like it.
They're camouflage. So tonight, we are here to present about special ed, and oftentimes we talk about just the program pieces, and special ed can start at birth to age 22. And our programs in special ed, all of our schools are very inclusive, so when our teachers come in, our principals come in, they often talk and our kids are included. So tonight we're going to bring our STEP students. We have a couple, a former and a current and a teacher, along with some STEP staff, to share about their story and their experience. But prior to that, we are going to introduce Sarah Heckel as special ed coordinator. I'm not going to cry, but she's leaving.
Oh.
Well, I'll jump in.
They saved me.
Yeah, so, I serve as the elementary and early childhood special education coordinator and have been doing so, worked in the district for 20 plus years in a variety of capacities. But in that time, I just want to share how honored I am to have served the Forest Lake area schools. Forest Lake will always hold a special place in my heart for a variety of reasons. One, 20 plus years in the district. Two is I am a product of Forest Lake area schools. I spent my entirety of my education, K through 12, here, and my 3 children who had ties to Forest Lake area schools and will continue to into next school year. So for all those reasons, Forest Lake will always be home to me, will always serve as a place of home. So I want to thank everybody who I've worked with. We have the most committed, wonderful, best community, parents, students around, and for that I'm forever grateful for having served. So thank you so much.
And this is what she does. And then with that, I would like to introduce Jill Krug-Kramer, who is school psych in our district, and tomorrow she officially becomes the new elementary early childhood through grade 5 special ed coordinator.
Right.
So Jill we'll stay hard with each other.
Please step up to
Well,
the microphone.
really quick, congratulations, Jill.
Yeah,
Thank you. I would
congratulations.
just like to say I am honored for this opportunity to step into the role. In my 23 years in the district, I have learned so much from the students, the families, the educators that I have worked with, and I am especially grateful for the mentorship that I've had from the current special ed leadership, and I'm excited to begin this next term.
Congratulations. We're lucky to have you, too, Jill. Yes.
So with that,
I got to thank Sarah really quick. Thank you for your commitment to the district. Thank you for all the help you brought my family. It wasn't always easy, but we always found a solution, and I do appreciate all the time and effort you put into that, and the countless other students who you've helped over the years. So,
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
she'll be back.
of course.
She'll be back.
Now, Dr. Wilson, you can continue.
All right, so now Chad, he's the emotional one with me, but we are going to celebrate the successes from the STEP program. So I'm going to turn it over to Chad and teacher and students from STEP. And hide my note card.
Thank you for that introduction. I too have been honored to work with Sarah.
My turn to rescue.
I got it. Sarah is amazingly skilled. She is dedicated to the district. She is type A, I am not. We balance each other really well. She brings me along, I slow her up. And Kelly is our referee at times when we have a disagreement. Gonna miss her. Hope there's a chance someday maybe she'll return to Forest Lake because that happens sometimes. I'm also equally as excited to have Jill join our administrative team. Jill has worked with us for a very long time and is also a very dedicated and knowledgeable individual. Also is quite type A, so that's going to help me out as well. So I think our district is in a good position. Sad to see Sarah leave, but I'm happy that Jill has the opportunity to expand her leadership in our district and didn't have to leave our district to find another position. So I haven't cried yet when you know, so I've seen Sarah and Kelly both cry a little bit, and I've held my emotions, and I guess it just hit me at that moment. So I apologize. I'm going to shift gears, and I'm going to do a lot of smiling now because I'm here to talk about the STEP program, and I am so proud of the STEP program. I'm proud of what we've developed. I'm proud of our teaching staff, our paraprofessional staff, nursing staff. I'm very proud of our current students. I'm very proud of our former students, and I think we have a program here in Forest Lake that other districts come to look at as a model. And I'm very proud of that. We've worked very hard to get to this point. We were one of the first districts in the state of Minnesota in 2000 and I'd say about 5 to go off campus from their traditional high school setting to off campus to give students a different opportunity. And we started very small, and we've grown and we've grown and we've grown, and now we're at the very large Old Central Learning Center building. And I told Kelly this today that I can't believe it, but we're out of space. We have maximized every space of that building, and I was trying to find Mr. Nihilus some technology space because that's what I'm going to talk about tonight. We don't have a space for them, so we might have to do some rearranging. They might take my office over, I'm afraid. Right. So there are a lot of things I could talk about with the STEP program, but I'm really going to showcase some of the new efforts we've had this year around technology. And part of that is because this young man, Nick, you want to come up here? Nick Adamson came to us. He attended Forest Lake Area Schools and Elementary School, left to go to North Lakes Academy, and then came to the Forest Lake Area STEP program for his transition services. And when Nick came to us, his passion is around technology, and he's got some pretty tremendous skills. And Mr. Nihilus and I and the team talked about what are some opportunities that we could give to Nick, because we don't necessarily have that as part of our program. So I'm going to have Nick and Mr. Nihilus talk a little bit about some of those opportunities, but I'm just going to kind of lay the groundwork. The first one is 3D printing. Our AT department in the district, Assistive Technology, over the years has been responsible for doing a lot of our 3D printing for students with disabilities throughout the whole district. And that's a big ask to put on that staff member. So I had made the comment to our AT department that I think the STEP program could learn that skill. I think we have some students that benefit from learning how to 3D print and do some programming. I think that we could take that on. So Mr. Nihilus went down to Molly's office, and pretty soon the 3D printers are in our space. And we don't know anything about 3D printing. But this guy learned. He went online with Mr. Nihilus, and they studied it, and they watched videos, and pretty soon they're printing all these 3D objects, and they didn't start off well, did they?
They started with a singular line.
Yeah, start with a singular line, and now they're making things that look like this with a 3D printer. So that's all I'm going to say about that. I'm going to give you a chance to talk in a moment. But I also want to just mention that I was at a meeting with Director Jacobson and the secondary principals, and they were talking about, students have Chromebooks, and sometimes middle school and high school students can be hard on Chromebooks, and they need some repair. Well, their tech specialists are having a hard time keeping up with repairing the Chromebooks. So I again had an idea, which I often do. I said, I think we have some students at the STEP program that could help maintain our Chromebooks and repair them. There are also some that need to be parted out so you can use the screen, reuse the keyboard. So Nick and Mr. Nihilus and his group, they've taken that project on. One of our tech specialists comes over once or twice a week and does some teaching and shows them some things. And that's as much as I'm going to say. I'm going to have you just share a few words about some of the things that you've learned this year through our opportunities.
So with the Chromebooks,
You want to step over here?
I have rarely ever taken apart a computer. Did it once when I got to the Chromebooks. I was taught once or twice, and then I managed to memorize, and now I can do it by myself. I can repair the screen cable, repair the screen. Me alongside 2 other students are helping with the Chromebooks. So we are gutting computers that aren't fixable, fixing ones that are fixable, and then sending them off to where they came from. And as for the 3D printer, we started with things like this guy, just little movable prints. Then we were able to move up to bigger prints, like a dragon. Then we managed to move up to colored filament, little translucent. Also a golden dragon. And as of earlier today, we started with multicolored prints. This is just a test print, but it is multicolored. And I can't really show it from this distance, but these little boats here show problems with the printers. You can probably see a little bit of lining through the hull. And so this was printed, so we have 4 printers now. Started with 2, these were older models.
I just mentioned that our 3D printers are dinosaurs. Probably 10 years old.
The first 2 are, yes.
First 2. And then we acquired a couple from the high school because the high school had upgraded their technology and weren't using these. They're sitting in boxes. And so they passed them on to us, and now they're our nicest printers.
So this boat here, printed on our older boats, there's supposed to be text on the bottom, can't see it at all. Text on the back, can't see it at all. This one, you might even be able to see it from here. There's text on the bottom, very easy to read. There's even text on the back, which isn't supposed to be visible unless printing on fine, which this was on standard. So these 2 printers that we got are running great. We love them. They're our main printers. Still using the other 2, so now we're able to print 8 objects a day. 4 small ones, 4 long ones, because going over the day. And of course, this is one of our earlier prints, broken. So definitely wasn't perfect off the bat. We've had to take apart the printers too, clean them out, clear out the nozzles. I personally don't know anything about that. Mr. Nihilus is the one who learned that. He's showing me a little bit. But so that's really it. We're we have a survey that we're sending out to the special ed staff, currently only at STEP. This survey lets them request custom prints or pre-made prints. And so, for example, we have made a milk carton holder for kids who have troubles holding milk cartons because of like shaky hands or any other reason. So it's a little 3D print where it has 2 handles you can hold on to, puts the milk carton in the middle. Great accessibility. So we're not only doing fidgets, but also accessibility options.
Who does that survey go to, Andrew?
I think at first we did occupational therapists, and then we did the special ed at STEP.
So all, not just STEP though, it's district-wide. So all the fidgets that you can get in a classroom will print. Do you know about how many items we printed for our
By
staff?
now, bordering 80.
We've had 80 requests. We've had well over 200 prints.
Yep.
So 200 items that we made from a spool of plastic that we didn't even pay for. So yeah, it's been great because then a lot of the classrooms that, in our elementaries, they get these little dinosaur fidgets or whatever to keep in their pockets, and we're very pleased. We've only done 1 classroom visit though.
We technically 2.
Okay, we went to the high school to steal their printers.
But we also the first one, then we go over and give off.
Oh, that's true. No, I wasn't part. That was Ms. Krieger that went with you.
No, the first time. When
At Columbus?
Yeah.
Okay, we might have done 2.
So, my first semester, on Thursdays, I went over to a elementary school to hang out with the little kids, help with like art projects or help with recess. So with that opportunity, I brought over 3 of these guys for their special ed kids.
That's really nice.
Amazing.
Yeah, anything you want to share, Mr. Nylas?
Well, I can just talk, like, in meeting Nick, and I got these printers in workshop week, and I did not have a plan for a technology class, and it's kind of exploded, and I just wanted to say, like, the students that it was not part of their programming have shown a lot of interest and a lot of skill in helping, and Nick's been a good partner. I wanted to say that also with our team decisions as far as IEPs, we do this not just for him, but we've done it for Maria and dozens of others, and it's really exciting to see students be successful in our community and get jobs related to their passion and just be successable in, like, it's fun for me because I've been in the district for 10 years now, and so now I know quite a few of our friends that are working, and it's kind of where we end a lot of days is, hey, did you guys run into? So I don't have anything else.
Yeah, and I just want to mention one other thing. We're going to send Nick to a training program next year at the 916 Career and Technical Center to learn more through hardware and software development, because this is going to be his career path. He's showing us a true career path, and we're here to support him in that career path.
Something I would add on to Mr. Nylas is something I've noticed with STEP. So Wyoming Elementary was long ago, can barely remember it. NLA, it's a decent school, but they, like I'm assuming the Forest Lake High School, they typically focus on every student all at once. Whereas here, almost every teacher has some sort of experience with special education, and they are able to focus on each individual student and compensate for them.
Thank
Which
you. I love it. Comparing NLA to STEP, I can't put it into words.
Well, we're glad you're here.
Yes,
Thank
very
you for
glad.
coming.
I asked Nick if he's going to prepare any notes, because I did. He said, I don't need notes.
You did an amazing job
Thank
without
you.
anything.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
And so, can I,
Good.
can
Yep.
I want to ask a question.
Thank you.
Ask a
Oh, Nick,
question, too.
there's a question for
I
you.
just want- oh.
Nick, so it seems like you really enjoy a challenge.
It's okay.
Yeah?
This was challenging stuff for you, and you learned it, and now it's your career path. That is so exciting.
I've always had interests in technology, but Wyoming Elementary never gave me that opportunity, neither did NLA. And so I was rather unproductive at NLA. I was typically getting B minuses at most.
Okay.
So now here at STEP, where my interest is actually being given a chance to shine through, I am actively flourishing compared to NLA, and I am wanting to come into school now.
That's terrific. Have you ever been able to go into the classrooms and see the kids interact with your 3D printed objects and dragons?
Only a few times.
Okay.
Because, as I mentioned earlier, my first semester on Thursdays, go over to the elementary school. Every other time we swap between going inside with the littler kids and outside with the little bigger kids. And so every time I'm inside, I get to see those kids playing with those 3 dinosaurs I gave them.
Isn't that make your heart warm?
Absolutely.
Yeah, my daughter has somebody that makes them for her therapy rooms and elementary classrooms, and the kids just light up. She said, Mom, they just are thrilled to see their newly made animals and figurines. And so good job. Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Appreciate it.
Well,
Member
I
Corcoran.
have a quick
Oh,
question.
another question.
So, just real quick, are you working with other students like yourself? Like, kind of working with them, kind of work, like showing them what you've learned? Kind of.
They don't quite have the same interests
They don't
as
have
me.
it. Okay.
But
Okay.
yes.
A couple weeks ago, Nick brought in a picture and then used an AI model to create his own 3D image STL file, turned it into a 3D item, and it was a senior picture that had his 2 dogs, and this was something I didn't know could be done.
Yeah,
So,
it's amazing.
Went online, I found some website that lets you turn images or videos into a 3D print file. And so for my mother's birthday, grabbed my NLA senior picture, ran it through that, and I printed my senior picture for her birthday.
Which is really sweet, but the application then is we send an email to our OTs and say, hey, if you guys have anything, we can really create, design anything.
It isn't free, but it is cheap.
Well, it's opening the door to something you didn't even know was possible for you.
Yeah.
And that is exciting.
I
That's giving you a great
I
opportunity.
came into STEP assuming it was going to be like other schools, but more physical. Didn't think I'd get an opportunity at technology whatsoever, and I'm very glad I did.
Well, we're glad that you found your passion. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
So the work that you do with the computers to keep them up, is that pretty much keep you swamped with that portion?
At first, we kind of swapped. Now it's 50-50. Right now we're waiting for more Chromebooks to come in to fix. And while we're doing that, we're working on the new 3D printers since we're still getting used to them. But I assume once we get more Chromebooks, our attention is going to be split. We're going to start off the class period by starting off prints because they take anywhere from 30 minutes on a really small print up to 12 hours on a large print. So we're probably going to start off a medium-sized print, and then for the rest of the class period, probably work on Chromebooks.
So the Washington County has a new recycling center up here, and people bring electronics. I don't know if you'd be able to get some kind of partnership with them, so when things come in that actually work, or maybe there's similar items where you can, like you said, take parts out of one, make one good one out of 5 not good ones. I don't know if that's possible, but that might be something to
I know
pursue.
Mr. Nannis's class has been there on a tour.
Okay.
We've gone
Yep.
there. One of our other classes is called Community Living. I know I've been there, and I know Ms. Krieger teaches it. That's one of our target places to go to learn about recycling, because you can also buy, well, you don't buy it, but you get free materials, cleaning materials, paint. That helps us because we also have other classes that require paint.
Yeah.
It's another community living place that it's kind of invisible to a lot of people. They want to go, should we?
That's
I don't know
wonderful.
about a partnership, but we've had students ask about work.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thanks for
Thank
coming.
All right. This is Maria Shaw. I want to kind of do a spotlight on Maria. She graduated from the Forest Lake Schools a couple years ago. She started in early childhood special education, went to Columbus Elementary School, went to Century Junior High, went to Forest Lake Area High School, came to the STEP program for 2 years, and then finished her school career at our Project Search program up at Fairview Lakes Medical Center, which is a job training program. So Maria, now you've been out of school for 2 years?
I believe so.
Yep. Has been hired at Fairview Lakes Medical Center working in environmental services, and I think that is just a tremendous job for her. So super proud of Maria. She's always been a very hard worker, and we knew that good things would happen to her because of her hard work. And so I just want to mention that our Project Search program is a very unique program. That I believe there's only 13 in the state of Minnesota, and we happen to have one in the Forest Lake Area School District. And we have a partnership with Vocational Rehabilitation Services out of the state of Minnesota, which is a free service to students with disabilities. They also partner with a local organization called RISE, who does job placement services. Well, when Maria was in Project Search, Voc Rehab Services funded for RISE to help Maria with job placement services. So together with Jill from RISE, they did job searching and job applications, and Jill would go to interviews, and Maria, through being at Project Search, the staff at Fairview really knew Maria and really wanted her on staff, so she was hired in environmental services. Do you want to talk just a little bit about what your current job looks like?
So for the housekeeping, I clean the patients' rooms and other places that need cleaned. Also imaging as well is like another other areas that they scan their patient's body or stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. And it was a job that you identified when you're in Project Search that you're very interested in, right?
Yes.
And we determined that she had the aptitude and the interest to do that job. And so we worked really hard, and you worked really hard to make that happen. And Maria's in a great job right now. They take very good care of her, and family is very happy. Right, Karen? Yes. And so I just want to put a little spotlight on Maria, that she's always been a bright star, and we knew she'd do great things, and she is doing great things.
Congratulations. Wonderful. Congratulations.
Maria, we might have some questions for
Yes.
you.
Yeah, don't run away. I do want to, I'm, over 2 decades as a nurse, and I know how important your role is, cleaning rooms after patients and making it safe for them and their family and the staff, and your job is incredibly important. You're a huge part of a giant business, and it's very important, so I'm proud of you, and congratulations, yeah.
Member Anderson stole some of my thunder, because I was going to say thank you. We're frequent flyers in the medical world, and the work that you do is definitely, you're one of the unsung heroes of medical care, because your job is critically important, especially to get rooms turned over at a rapid rate and with a shortage of availability. And there's been many times where we've been very happy to see you and your partners enter the room and take care of it for us, because in a lot of ways that's our home. I look back on some of our stints in the medical world. We've lived there for 3 to 4 months, and we rely on the work that you do way more than you could ever imagine. And as a patient and a family, we never get the opportunity to really interact, and thank you guys for the work that you do. So, yeah, I know it's appreciated. Member Tyson.
Maria, congratulations on your job.
Thank
How
you.
long have you been there?
About a year.
Wow. Well, kudos to you and your hard work.
Thank
and
you.
Congratulations. I hope you work there many more.
Yeah.
Member Corcoran.
I just wanted to put a spotlight on that Project Search. I mean, it's done
Yes.
great things for a lot of students. It's been around for a long time, and you had to earn that spot. I mean, you had to prove, and you had to work hard, and that should be really celebrated. You've really worked hard, and like I say, the opportunities that are given to these students is just incredible. So it's
think
just
Ms.
very,
Kelly does.
yeah, I know. Yes, it's, how long have we had? I mean, it's been a long time. Like 10, more than 10?
We started with Medtronic in 2010.
And then we went to Infinite Campus.
Infinite Campus.
Yeah, so 15.
Capital.
Mental State Capital.
Wow.
We were running 2 programs for a while.
Wow.
And then we went down to 1 program, went to Fairview Lakes Medical Center, and that was in the transition when you set it up, and then I took over.
So 12 years.
Wow, it's done amazing. But she, like I said, she had to earn her spot, and she did a great job, and congratulations. That's something to be really proud of.
All right, any other questions?
Good job, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's so cool. I didn't
All
know
right, we're
that
going
those
to try to find a way
replicas
back
were
to the
made.
agenda here. We're back to scheduled and unscheduled visitors.
Okay.
I do have a green card here,
I think she left.
but I do not
Kate
see
left.
the individual who gave the green card. So we'll move on from green
I
cards.
told her we weren't gonna be
And
there.
we will move to the listening session. Member Antonsen and Member Tyson.
All right, well, I was taking a little bit of notes. I don't know if
You go ahead.
Gail has any over there. There were concerns from multiple people about why we would remove school board members from policy 425. Their concern was that now this means that school board members wouldn't be held to the same standard as everybody else with the language change. Oh my gosh. The other question was just about what the change in language means in, is it 1211 or?
1211.
Yeah, with changing it to, I can't remember what, I didn't write it all down, but the language change in that policy and what does that mean exactly? There was one person with the concern that this now would mean the school would be on the hook for more legal fees. And that board members could act with less impunity. And I believe this is maybe what your green card question was, but there was a lingering question from before about our policies not being clear on the financial trainings that MSBA offers and concerns with somebody being on finance policy or finance committee that hasn't completed the training. And questioning the policy and statute as to whether or not it states you have to do it in a certain amount of time or not. And what should the punishment be was the end of that discussion. So.
All right, thank you, Member Atkinson. Anything
Yeah,
to add, Member Tyson?
Yeah, I'd just like to add a couple of things that people asked why those 3 items, 9, 4, and 5, and the lawyers were bundled. That didn't seem clear. It wasn't clear to me either, so I couldn't really answer that question. There were some questions about, 425 and how we need to adhere to that policy and why was our names taken out as school board members. We are just listed in the list, and it doesn't appear as though we are, the way it's stated in the policy, as we are employees anyway. So there was just a lot of questions and a lot of confusion. Somebody brought up that the attachments weren't on when that went up, and why did that happen? So just to add on that it didn't feel transparent to some of the people in the room, so we have to do a better job. Okay, that concludes what I have.
All right, thank you. That brings us back to student achievement, and the only thing that remains there is positive happenings. Does anybody have anything for positive happenings? Member Tyson.
I do. Well, I'll go. Julie, you can talk a lot
Yeah.
about it. I'm going to pass this around because the All Conference Honors Concert was February 1st in Mounds View. It was their turn to host. We have 10 districts in our Suburban East Conference, and we take turns hosting. It was Mounds View's turn, and they did a great job. And it was simply wonderful. The clinicians come in, and they teach these top-notch choral singers, orchestra, and Symphonic Winds, the band, and the songs were incredible. So I'll let Member Corcoran talk more about that.
No,
So I want to add that it is Black History Month, and the event is being hosted by the International Club, and that is going to be Thursday, February 26th at the high school auditorium from 6 to 8 p.m. It is not hosted by the Black Student Union this year due to the policies that have been changed. So possibly administration can follow up and let us know how, some of our groups are doing. I think we've asked for that information, and maybe Mr. Caldwell can provide that, because I know that APPI students usually have an event, the Asian Pacific, and I want to know how their group is doing. It's also Career and Tech Ed Month. Sorry for my voice. We got a nice letter from Molly Bonet, and we know that there's a nice connection to the county programming that they do, and we certainly appreciate all those photos in there of the students working on their various activities in Career and Tech Ed. It is Winter Wonder Week, so Amanda sent that the Student Council has one more day for their food drive. So you can either donate online, or you can bring in products. Food, they have it listed. Some items are not food items, so you can look at the list. So that concludes my report.
All right, thank you, Member Tyson. Member Corcoran.
Well, I was just going to, she already talked about it, but there was the 37th Annual Suburban East Conference Music Festival, when all the high-performing musicians from each district come, and they have outside clinicians come in and kind of help guide them through and work with them for just a couple days. Actually, it used to be changed. Now it changed the last year to have it on a Sunday night instead of a Monday. I guess it's a lot easier for the staff and everybody to have it on a Sunday night. But yeah, just wonderful songs, and it's amazing how quickly these students learn from these amazing clinicians that come in, and it's just, I don't know, it's only like an hour. But when at the end, when they come together as a group, it's just powerful. So I've been blessed to be able to go for many years. And my son Dylan used to be part of it, so it does mean a lot when I go. And I actually videotaped and sent it to my son and said, "Look where I am." And he's like, "Oh my gosh!" It was funny you should say it. A couple weeks ago, I watched it on YouTube from when 2018 when he was in it. So. It means a lot for the students, and I think they get to play with students just like them that really have that high performance in who they are, and they just really enjoy it. So well attended, and parents really were excited. So it was a great event. We missed Dr. Massey that night. He wasn't feeling well, so we were there in your honor. We really.
Member Christensen.
Yeah, just a few things. Been going to lots of sporting events. The winter sports season is kind of starting to wrap up. And the girls Nordic team is going to state, so that's super exciting. And one of our divers, Jameson Livermore, whose parents are both teachers in the district here, he has broken another school diving record, and he's finished his season undefeated, so that was a big deal for him. I know they're always coming every time we're talking about a pool. Mr. and Mrs. Livermore, they're hoping that we'll eventually get a pool. And also, the softball team is the high school softball team is doing a new fundraiser. They're jumping in the Rotary Plunge on February 28th. So I know I missed a lot of things. There's a lot of sports and activities going around. I went last Monday night. It's the such a week in the high school. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting it now. Winter week. Instead of a dance, they're going tubing tonight. But Monday night they had you do powder puff football where the girls play football and the boys coach. They did a volleyball. The boys play volleyball and the girls are coaching on Monday night at the high school. So that was really fun. It was a good turnout, and so it's kind of a fun little thing that they're doing this week. So that concludes my report.
Thank you. Member Atkinson.
I'll just piggyback off of what Member Tyson over there said, with it being Career and Technical Education month. I think in that same email, Mike, somebody had in there that there's a couple of saunas that the not construction, carpentry kids made, and they're on our public auction site currently. So I don't know what the specs are, how big, infrared, I have no idea, but the kids built them, and there's 2 of them up there for auction. And then I went to Agriculture Advisory, and they were asking if anybody wants to volunteer to help drive kids from, school ag kids, or maybe even anybody, small groups of kids when they go to events where they don't necessarily need a bus, but to drive the school Suburbans. That it's training up at the bus garage, not necessarily how to drive a Suburban, but just rules and regulations.
Certification.
So that if you go do the training, you can volunteer, and then their schedule is out like a year in advance, so you could help. And I asked them how I can do that. So I'll be doing that at some point.
Next step is a bus train.
No, I don't think you want me driving bus around here.
Great. Thank you. Really quick, I'll just say I did get a chance to inspect those saunas.
You did?
I was in the building a few weeks ago.
Okay.
And I saw the saunas, an excellent job that the classes do. Phenomenal work. Somebody's going to get a great deal on those. So, Member Castle.
So at the Agriculture Advisory Board, that was on Tuesday, and so there is, the banquet is on March 26th, and then Ag Day is April 8th.
Thank you.
Or May 8th, I'm sorry. And they have teams that are competing it's just phenomenal what they're doing with all of the things with FFA and everything. It's just amazing. There's actually one of the middle school teams that I believe beat the high school team. But they are doing such a great job there. It's phenomenal. And they would like to offer invitations to other folks to join that committee. If anyone is interested, especially people who have experience with animals or plants or any of these kind of things.
Agriculture, yes. And would you mind repeating, Member Castle, the date for the banquet?
So the banquet is
26th.
March 26th.
Okay. You don't want to miss that.
And
you bet.
I believe that they said that everybody can come, so.
The banquet's May 8th.
What is it?
The ag banquet is May 8th.
The Egg Day
Egg
is.
Day is
May.
May 8th.
But the
The
banquet.
banquet is March 26th.
Yep.
Okay.
We'll try and remember to remind you again.
Have you been?
I have not been to this.
The food is
Yep.
so good and it's so fun.
Yeah, we weren't able to go last year because we had a school board meeting.
Yep, and
Right.
it's on a
Just
Tuesday.
happened to work
actually.
out.
I believe it's.
I think it's Thursday,
I'll
actually.
put
but
the
there's-
dates in my weekend.
Yeah, put it in the report.
Yes.
Thank you,
Mhm.
Sue.
That would be helpful.
All right, thank you. Does anybody else have anything for positive happenings? All right, we will move on to reports. We'll start off with workshops and conferences. Does anybody have anything? Member Castle?
So I completed last night the conference, or the workshop for the treasurer, and the week before that was the general workshop. So there was 2 workshops. They were each like 3 hours apiece.
Okay.
But it was Zoom meeting, and it went really well. One of the things that they stressed last week was about, and it was also talked about here, the privacy.
Yeah.
So I don't have a motion, but I would recommend that we add to our preamble that if anyone starts saying things that are private information, that any one of us should be stopping them. And I suppose if an individual puts out private information about themselves, they must know that they're now making it public. But that keeps on being stressed just about everywhere you go.
It does, and to that point, I do have in the green card preamble to refrain from sharing private or sensitive information, but to your point, it gets difficult because when you receive public comment, the commenter themselves, it's their prerogative what they want to share and what lines they want to cross, but they definitely need to be careful about sharing private information about district employees and students, and I guess it's a great time to remind the board that board members have the ability to speak up and object to anything at any time during any meeting, and we can make a call then at that point on whether or not it's in order to try to change the direction of that discussion away from private data or not.
And I don't know if we can do perhaps a 15-second delay so that our staff can cut it off.
I see Renee shaking her head right there, yeah.
Because live is.
We have talked about it. I do feel that I think they're careful about what we produce, or what we put on the internet, because once it's on the internet, it's there forever. Right.
I think it's a little bit, so, were you done?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
so I will just say that when I first ever came here and spoke, I filled out one of these green cards and it asks for the home address. I think we should just this should be changed and it should say, what city do you live in? Because it still says it, and I thought I had to say that when I stood up here.
Yeah, and
So
some city
that is-
councils
that is,
require
unless
that.
you're in the know and you've been doing this and paying attention, you don't know that. I mean, it seems like you need to say all of that information.
Or affirm that you're a district resident.
Well, right, I
think it
mean, and they
needs to
could,
say that.
yeah, right. I
Yeah,
agree.
we've been really receptive with our green cards. We want to encourage people to come and speak to us, so
Yes.
we haven't really controlled the angle of who can speak, and we try really hard to refrain from controlling what they can say. Of course, we want to be careful that they don't broach the private information, and they refrain from personal attacks and such. But to get back to Member Castle's original comment there, I'd like to personally thank you for going and completing your MSBA training. I know it's difficult to get those scheduled with life and a lot of other board commitments, so I think it's great that you went and completed that.
It's been a full week.
Yeah.
I bet.
And I think Member Tyson brought this up earlier, these on-board, were you going to talk about these?
Yeah.
I don't mean to steal it away from you, but I think it'll be good.
Mention it again.
All right. Member Tyson?
Yeah, sure. So we did just complete the leadership conference in January. Superintendent and JP Jacobson and Mr. Muron presented, and we had quite a full group there. I think our count was like 40-some people. Lots of great questions. Did you enjoy that?
It was really fun to showcase the amazing things we're doing in the program and the
Exactly.
options we have for kids. We've had a number of attendees reach out for more information.
That was
So,
nice.
yeah, very successful.
Good to know, because a lot of people are asking how to contact someone in your district. And it's good to know that they did.
Yeah.
So the conference had record numbers. Member Christensen was there. Member Antonsen was in a couple of workshops with me, as well as Member Christensen. You know, MSBA has really been trying to fine tune what they're doing and get feedback from people. So that's kind of where the new platform was developed, the Onboard You. So there'll be a kickoff, so they have little keyed things, and the kickoff is on the 19th, February 19th at 2 p.m. in the afternoon, 1 to 2. And I think this is going to make it even better, Member Castle, because people can go get their trainings online, do virtual or online. So it's just another great addition of how they're getting things more aligned with what members want. The last thing I'm going to mention is that MSBA and MASA, the Day of the Capitol, is coming up. That's going to be March 9th. Again, we have people that are going to set up your visits with your legislators. You just have to go online to the legislative dashboard on MSBA's website and put in your zip code and your email and your address, and they'll set up all your visits for you. Because in the past, we had to do them on our own. I feel like every time I talk about MSBA, I'm saying something's new or different, because they have been listening. So we outgrew the hotel space, so now we are meeting at the History Center. The Minnesota History Center, it's on Kellogg Boulevard. So we'll start there, and then there'll be transportation over to the Capitol. So I will bring along next week MSBA's platform, because we have ours still on there. There's the top one is probably the cross subsidy that they're working on. So, and I know AMSD has a platform, so there's not a lot of money to work with, but we can still make sure our voices are heard for our students. So hopefully some people around the table can sign up to go that day. It's from 9 to 3, and if you have any questions, let me know.
All right. Thank you, Member
Okay,
Tyson.
thank you.
Anybody else have anything for workshops and conferences? If not, we'll move to the City of Forest Lake. Member Christensen or Member Tyson?
On the January 26th meeting of the City Council, they talked about Belts Park, and there's a volleyball court addition, which will be dual purpose, so it'll be a rink in the winter. And I believe that was there before, but they had to move it or something. Anyway, now it's back, so that's good news. And there was very initial discussions about a proposed local sales tax option. Nothing is firm yet. They said this is sort of the first step out of 3 steps that they're going to have to take. It has to be approved by the legislature, but they're looking at a local sales tax option to generate funds to pay for the new public works building.
Yes.
So that was an initial discussion. And then on February 9th, there was a lot of discussion, but something that was of interest especially was the Veterans Memorial Sculpture Agreement. There was a presentation by the designer, and they showed what it's actually going to look like, and the actual designer was there himself, and he's done all kinds of designs. He's done the Goldie Gopher in front of Kaufman Union, if you've ever been over there. So anyway, that concludes my report.
All right, thank you, Member Christensen. Anything to add, Member Tyson?
I just wanted to add, and she already brought it up, that their Polar Plunge is coming up. So if you have anybody that you want to give pledges to, that is when, Jill?
February 28th.
Yeah, and does that start at 9 a.m., I think?
Ask Mrs. Moorhead.
I think so.
Yeah. Noon.
Noon? Okay. And I know that the new Public Works building is really a big need for the city. So this whole idea of going to the legislature to get your sales tax changed is a process. It's like 3 to 5 years to complete that, right?
No, I don't think it'd be that long. I think they were
3
talking.
years?
I don't think so. I think they were talking about it would have to go on the ballot to the voters.
Yeah.
And I believe that they were talking about that could be on the ballot this November.
Right, but there's more steps, I think. So it'll take a while, but hopefully we can get that done. Because I know that the Public Works building is needing repairs.
All right, thank you. Is there any questions? All right, seeing none, we'll move to community education. That's Member Christensen and Member Corcoran.
Yes, there was a meeting on, a meeting on January 19th. Bethany Hardy, the early education coordinator, presented on the ECFE home visiting program, which was interesting. I wasn't aware of that. So there are dollars under the Minnesota state statute that districts can levy for, and then they're able to go into the homes and reach isolated or at-risk families, and that could be like a transportation barrier or a referral from another group, health needs, those kinds of things. And then licensed staff can go into the home and meet with the families. And the goals are not just a social visit. They support healthy child growth, prioritize high needs, and help to facilitate transition in between some at-home visits into the site-based program. So that was an interesting presentation. That concludes my report.
All right, thank you, Member Christensen. Anything to add, Member Corcoran?
No.
Okay, any questions?
What does ECFE stand for?
Early childhood family
Okay,
education.
thank you.
And Member Christensen, did you say Bethany Hardy, they were able to get some money for
Yes,
these? Oh, so
yes.
now they can do these
They have been
visits?
doing it for
Oh,
some time.
okay.
Yes, they've been going into the homes. Mhm. And I don't have it in front of me how many they serve. but,
Is it just homes with young babies, like 0 to
I think
school age?
it's the 0 to 3 group. Don't quote me
Oh,
on that,
okay.
but I
Yep,
think
that's
it's the
right.
0 to 3.
Yep.
And then they help with the transition to site-based. So like if you're at home,
Okay.
then they transition you to
Yeah.
going into the preschool.
Nice,
Mhm.
okay.
So, just want to clarify with the superintendent, we've always had birth to 3 home
We have,
days.
yep.
So is
yep,
this
yep,
something different?
Assessments and services in the home. Yep.
And
No.
So this is something different?
It is not new. It was just, she was just
Oh,
giving a
gotcha.
presentation on the
Okay.
program.
Okay.
Update.
Okay.
How long it's been
Okay.
going on, things that they've changed, things that they found that were working, that were not
That's-
just kind of the evolution of the program. Mhm.
I guess
And
that's-
it's still going on.
Okay,
Yeah, good
thank you.
report. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That'll bring us right back to MSBA. Member Tyson, I know you already spoke to that. Do you
Yeah.
have anything to add there, or?
Nope, I concluded my report.
Okay,
Thank
we
you,
will move
though.
on from
Yeah.
MSBA. Then I'll provide a board member appointment update, which there isn't much to it. Member Corcoran and I have been in discussions in the background here, trying to figure out what recommendation we want to bring to the board. I think we've set ourselves a personal goal to bring that recommendation to the board when we meet again next week. So we'll have some ongoing discussions over the next week here, and hopefully through either a report or an action item or something or other, we'll have more to bring the board and the community on what the next steps are there.
Yeah.
And unless there's any questions there, or Member Corcoran has anything to add,
Well, I think we've discussed options of having a facilitator or someone to kind of bring us together, work through what we're looking for, kind of, get a profile, trying to come together to find that, maybe open up the application process again. We need to, do some next steps before we move forward, so figure
Yep.
some things out.
I agree. And I'd also
Mhm.
say that this discussion isn't exclusive to myself and Member Corcoran.
Mhm.
We're just trying to facilitate it. So if you have ideas, please reach out to one of us, and
Yeah.
we'll certainly consider that in our recommendation to the board. After all, this is a decision that all 6 of us are making, not just 2 of us, so.
Yep, I agree.
All right, with that, we'll move to the superintendent's report. Dr. Massey.
Thank you. Member Tyson, to your question regarding changes to 1801 and 1510,
Yes,
our
thank
student
you.
club activities.
Yes.
The Black History Month celebration comes out of now the International Club.
Okay.
So students migrated over to that club and are now part of a much larger group of kids meeting on a regular basis around through the International Club.
Okay.
You mentioned the Asian Monk Club celebration. The International Club then would take on
Okay.
the charge of facilitating that celebration. A broad group of student participation in both the Black History Month celebration on the 26th this month, and then the upcoming Asian Monk Club celebration as well.
And when is
Mr.
that?
Ward, do you have a date on that? I hate to
You knew
put you
I
on the
was
spot.
gonna ask.
Yeah.
Not yet?
Okay.
That'll
Okay.
go, though? Okay.
And then really quickly, can you, the International Club, that's a sponsored group.
That is a school-sponsored group with the staff advisor. It's a club that we've had on the books for a long time that's been kind of resurrected to fill that need and fill that gap. So a lot of success there. And I give
That's what I thought.
Mr. Caldwell and his staff a lot of credit for putting the energy behind that and carrying that forward.
Great.
Just a quick update, there's been a lot of conversation in the news regarding immigration enforcement throughout the metro. That has had its own impact in Forest Lake. Again, our focus as a district is academic support and student safety. That is our realm, that is our lane. It's important that the board understands that we have between 25 and 30 students whose attendance has been impacted by family decisions related to that activity. There's a student, or a community group that has really stepped forward to provide support and resources, economic, meal support, transportation support for families. It's important to understand that when students miss 15 consecutive days, they are dropped from enrollment. So that has an impact, of course, on students' sense of connection and belonging to school. We don't take names off desks and off lockers because it's our hope that they return. And in most cases, those kids are beginning to return, so that's super good news there. But a lot of credit goes to our staff and the outreach for academic support, providing homework, making phone calls, connecting with kids, keeping them engaged in our system. So proud of that work. We are working really hard right now to help identify kids that are moving to their new elementary boundary, those kids who open enrolled or in-district transferred to a different school, and then their new attendance boundary changing that. So we've got forms out there that families are filling out indicating whether they're going to their new attendance boundary or going to their in-district transfer school. We're also tracking families who are moving with the Lino Lakes immersion to Forest View. Some families choosing to stay at Lino Lakes. All of that then feeds into our staffing work that we are really in the throes of administratively with building staffing recommendations that'll come to the board in April. So a lot of really good work, and our elementary principals and their administrative assistants are doing some really, really good work there, and we certainly appreciate that. The Hall of Fame nominations are open, so this is a nudge to the board and our system and our community to consider nominations for the Hall of Fame. The nominations are open through March 20th. The Hall of Fame induction event will be at Tanner's Brook on May 12th at 5 p.m., and those dates are in my weekly update. We had tomorrow morning scheduled our legislative breakfast. We have close to 13 legislators that serve our district. I've canceled it because there were only 2 that could attend. So my word out to our legislators is we'll meet them for those who are going to legislative visits through MSBA, MASA, or other connections. SAFE is another organization that will make visits with those folks down at the Capitol and in their legislative offices. And I'm really proud of the fact that we've reached a tentative agreement with our teachers. I'm proud of where the district is at and what we were able to do. I give the FLE negotiating team a lot of credit for their creativity, their interest in understanding district position, district finances, and frankly advocating for their members. We know we are best when our teachers are well taken care of. I think that's a value we share across this board and across the district. So I'm really pleased that we reached a tentative agreement yesterday. They will take a vote on that on March 5th, and with an approval, we'll bring it to the board thereafter for board approval. So a real tribute to the FLE negotiating team and our administrative team that worked in a real collaborative effort to get that done. And that concludes my report.
All right, thank you, Dr. Massey. Brings us to the consent agenda. We have items 8.1 through 8.4. Is there anything that anybody would like pulled from consent? All right, not seeing that, I would entertain a motion to approve 8.1 through 8.4.
Second.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, that motion carries. That brings us to item 9.1, donations. Member Castle.
Okay, so we have $7,773.02 from the donor is the Forest Lake Wrestling Booster Club, and it goes to the FLAS Activities Wrestling 25 to 26 booster paid coaches. $7,500 from Hunter Hool Memorial Foundation to the FLASCE Financial Assistance for Students in Need. $5,000 from Alexander Witzel for FLAS ECSE Purchasing Instructional Material. I don't know what all these acronyms are, so please don't ask me what they are. $3,300 from Joan Benassi for FLAS Spec Ed, various physical therapy equipment. $2,700 from Forest Lake Wave Makers for the FLAS Activities Boys Swim Team Parkas. $1,075 from Joanne Benassi. I already said her name.
Yeah, she's on there twice. I looked through
Oh,
it
yes, second afterwards.
Mhm.
Okay, for FLAS Special Ed, various medical supplies. $1,000 from Nancy Larson from FLASCE Ranger Space Camp. $878.50 from Forest Lake Girls Fast Break Booster Club to the FLAS Activities Girls Basketball Coach Bus to Duluth game. $827.50 Forest Lake Hockey Boosters for Forest Lake High School Activities Boys Hockey Coach Bus to Duluth Heritage Sports Center. $800 from Fairview Health Services to FLASCE Outdoor Recreation Project. $500 from Jesse R. Johnson Insurance to FLAS 2026 Hall of Fame sponsorship. $500 from Olson's Sewer Service, Inc. to FLAS 2026 Hall of Fame sponsorship. $500 from Olson's Excavating and Sewer Services to FLASCE Ranger Space Camp. $361 from Chisago County HRA EDA to FLAS Manufacturing Month Activities, Transportation to and from. $200 from First State Bank of Wyoming to FLAS Family Support for Students in Need. $100 from Bill and Jill Sumbrock to FLASCE Ranger Space Camp. $64 from Russell and Cynthia Ellenwood to FLASCE Ranger Space Camp. $50 from Robert and Jill Don Hunt for FLASCE Ranger Space Camp. $50 from Kodak Coffee to FLAM's PTO for teacher and staff recognition. $30 from Amber Kasprowski, Kasprowitz to Lino Lakes Elementary General Support, totaling $33,209.02. The vote of adoption of the resolution was as follows. I move to adopt this resolution with gratitude.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, motion carries. Brings us forward to 9.2, Forest Lake Area Schools Retirement Notice. Member Castle.
Okay, staff retirement notices. Kelly Breckton, Physical and Health Disabilities Teacher District-Wide, effective 6/5/26, following 1 year of service. Colleen Colton, French teacher at Forest Lake Area High School and Q-Comp peer coach district-wide, effective 6/5/26, following 33 years of service. Katie Edwards, elementary teacher at Wyoming Elementary School, effective 6/5/2026, following 40 years of service. Lee Kaufman, special education teacher district-wide, effective 6/5/26, following 31 years of service. Frank Malone, CET Transportation Careers, teacher at Forest Lake Area High School, effective 6/5/26, following 4 years of service. Kathleen Wright, elementary special education teacher at Lino Lakes Elementary School, effective 6/5/26, following 31 years of service. Recommending approval of the staff retirements with very much gratitude. I move to approve.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion?
Oh.
Member Corcoran?
I just want to thank these amazing staff. I mean, that is, I didn't add the years, I bet you Jill did. I was going to, but 40 years, 31, I mean, that's an amazing accomplishment, and just, we're
104.
very blessed that they stayed with their district that long with all their years of service, because that is hard to replace.
Yeah.
You know, all the history and all the dedication that they have served our district. So thank you, and I hope they all enjoy their retirement. They have earned it.
140
Yeah.
years.
Is that,
That's
did you add it up?
amazing. Yes.
Okay, well, we usually do, so.
Yes.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Thank you, and
Incredible.
congratulations to all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Very fortunate.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? All right, motion carries. Brings us to 9.3, School Board Committees, Policy 1213. Dr. Massey.
The school board committee, this was on the organizational meeting. It's coming back for appointment, but also clarification and detail regarding each of the committees. There's a proposed, I guess, expansion, if you will, of the communications committee to now include, of course, communications and family and student engagement. So an opportunity for that committee to be paying attention to and having conversation around ways in which we support student and family engagement in the district. So you can see those in red, the description for each of those committees. The recommendation really would be to approve the expansion of the communications committee, the communications and family and student engagement. With that, administration would recommend your approval.
All right, thank you, Dr. Massey, and I will move to approve with the correction of the clerical error here on Section 3, Communications. In the description, it does correctly denote it as the Communications and Family and Student Engagement Committee, but we'll put that in the motion just for clarification. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
I have a question.
Member Tyson, yes.
So the redlining is all new, right?
It actually is language that's existed. I pulled
Has
it
it?
off our
Okay.
website. It's out there.
Because I
So-
feel like I've read it before, but it hasn't ever been in here?
Yeah.
Okay,
There
perfect.
is a added sentence to the communications and family and student engagement. That last sentence is new.
Okay.
So that would be, not that these descriptions have been board approved in the past, they're just meant to be descriptive of the function of those committees.
Correct, and then the newly added on to the the expansion of that. So, yeah, in essence, I was just gonna ask if it should have been a first reading with all this added, but I'm okay hearing that's where, because I feel like I've read it
The
before.
language isn't new, the function of the committees remains the same.
Gotcha, so my other question is, where is the, is it in here, when we initiate our preference form for the committees we want to be on and submit that to the chair, and that's how
Under
he,
procedures.
the
Yeah,
procedures?
let me look at that.
Did I miss
quick.
it?
I don't recall if that was in policy, in the new policy. It was in our former policy that there was a certain date that we needed to do that by.
Right, and that we,
And I don't remember if we carried that forward, but,
we get the preference sheet and we submit it to the chair.
Yep. Yep, I recall what you're talking about. Let me look at this quick.
Because we've done that procedure every year.
I don't see it in here. Might have to be amended.
Yeah, we did not carry that forward, from what I'm seeing, unless it was in a different policy. But I don't,
What other one would it be in?
yeah, I'm trying to think of where it would be appropriate.
Is there specific policy about the organizational meeting, or? the meetings in general for boards might be in there.
I'm not so sure
Yeah.
that the policy ever had the date for that, but the procedure.
Was in
There's
somewhere, but
not- And that's, the language here is similar to, if not identical to, the language in the previous policy. Regarding
Besides-
the appointment to those
so it
committees.
seems like that language should be in
I
here.
think it should be added, yeah.
Because it does say that the board chair then,
Maybe part D, it should be expanded a little bit.
Just as a school board chair shall appoint the board
Yeah.
member,
that would be where it would go.
representatives of each standing committee or ad hoc committees.
It may have to be amended and added.
Yeah,
D.
add it to D.
Are you on 3D?
What are we on?
So,
No,
well,
3D. 3D?
yeah, 3D. School board chair shall appoint some of each standing.
Yeah,
ad hoc
3D.
5, 6.
But it's ABCD, yeah.
Okay, so I think I'm understanding the intent of the board here. I'll propose an amendment, and please bear with me. I obviously haven't been able to type this up and send it out or print it out. But I'll propose amending the first sentence to include at the end of the sentence the language, so it will read, "The school board chair shall appoint the board member representatives of each standing or ad hoc committee and designate the facilitator thereof unless a facilitator is defined in policy based on a survey sent to all board members no later than December 15th by the board chair."
With their committee preferences.
Yeah, with the committee preferences, yeah.
Yeah,
Ranking
with their
or-
credit, with their ranking of committee
Of
preferences.
committee
We'll have to wordsmith that, but I think the intent is captured in that motion.
Yeah, yep.
Do we have a second on that?
I'll second.
Well, what,
Okay.
so you're saying you're not adding the preferences?
No, we did add the
Specifically in it?
preferences.
You did?
We
Okay.
did add the preferences,
Okay,
yes.
perfect.
Yes.
So then how would that work with the people that come on new that aren't board members yet?
That was why I went with December 15th mentally, because by then it's been a month, at least a month since the elections occurred. And typically we start new board member orientations
Yep.
that second week of December, if I'm remembering correctly, the
Yeah,
10th
somewhere in
or
there.
so.
Whatever works.
So that will give newly elected board members the opportunity to provide that survey, those survey results as well.
Because I don't
Yeah.
remember that survey then, so we'll have to add that to our onboarding.
Yeah, so the previous procedure, we actually did it in mid-November, and it only went out to seated board members. So when you first joined the board member council, that was why we had a lot of discussions behind the scenes, because if you recall, the board chair at that time was departing, which made it even more difficult, because that survey wouldn't have gone out with the departing chair. But at that point, by December 15th, we probably have a pretty good idea of who the incoming chair would be, so that that survey could be handled better. So that was part of the thought process. When I paused there and I started thinking what date, that's where I pulled December 15th out.
Well, and we've talked in the past, we haven't done anything concrete about how to help onboard new school board members. That can be maybe thought about at the time we discuss that further. You know, I've got thoughts and ideas around that too, so.
Yeah, administration does an excellent job, but I do think having a board member mentor is super helpful. I recall when the member Antonsen and member Castle joined, I worked with member Antonsen one-on-one to help get her up to speed quickly, and I know member Hagelin worked with member Castle one-on-one, but that was more of an informal mentorship agreement, and I think it would be extremely beneficial to have that process spelled out in policy.
And
Yeah.
I believe we do have, Joy created school board resource documents that you can access.
Correct.
to
Yep,
kinda
we
help
have
out.
that in place as well, yeah. Yeah.
Yes, it would be helpful for the new folks to have some idea of what these positions do, so then they can.
Correct. I couldn't agree more. Yeah, I think that goes beyond the scope of what we want to do this evening,
Right.
but I think it's important for a future discussion.
Yeah.
Is there any other discussion on the amendment that And again, the spirit of the amendment here is that the board chair will send out a survey to all board members where they can indicate their preference ranking for committee assignments in the next year by December 15th. And I don't know that we need to add language there that requires board members to return them. I did receive all but one this year, but I had a conversation with that board member. That's just kind of the approach that I took, is I try to have that one-on-one conversation to understand where the preferences are, because there is a lot of overlap sometimes in those. And I think when we get to the committee assignments here, even up until this afternoon, there was a lot of overlaps. So, but I hope we reached a resolution there as well. But any other discussion on that amendment? All right, seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, that brings us back to the approval of the overall policy. And again, the overall policy, the main edits here are the descriptions added to each of the policies and the expansion of communications to also include family and student engagement. Is there any additional discussion on that? All right, seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, that motion carries, which brings us to school board committee assignments. We'll try this again. We did this during the organizational meeting. There's been some changes here, especially with the lack of an appointment of our vacancy here. And as I mentioned, I had the opportunity to speak with all board members about their assignments and where they ultimately landed. And then with the expansion of communications, it created an exciting opportunity for board members. So I'm going to run through this from top to bottom. I'm proposing for the 5 o'clock committees, the Buildings and Grounds Committee be filled by Member Christensen, and then the vacant member, and just as I proposed in January, I will fulfill the needs of the vacancy until the vacant member has been appointed, or float only if absolutely necessary. The Curriculum, Instruction, and Equity Committee would be Member Castle and Member Corcoran. The Staff Welfare Committee would be Member Tyson and Member Antonsen. And then at 6 p.m., the newly expanded Communications, Family Outreach, or Family and Student Engagement Committee would be Member Antonsen and Member Tyson. The Finance Committee would be Member Corcoran and our Treasurer, Member Castle, as defined in policy. And then on the Policy Committee, it would be the vacancy, which I would backfill as Board Chair, and Member Christensen. Would any member like me to reread that list, or did we capture the assignments?
I think we have them.
I captured where I am. I don't remember where everybody else is going to be,
Okay.
but.
Yeah, there's a lot of information there. But if everybody's happy or feels they understand what I had here, I'd entertain a motion to approve.
Move to approve 9-4.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on that? All right, seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, that motion carries, and we have committee assignments for next week. That is excellent. And then that brings us to 9.5. It's a bundled action item of harassment and violence policy 425, criminal and civil action against school district, school board member, employee, or student policy 1211, and the appointment of school district legal counsel. And just to answer some questions that have already been asked, these were bundled due to their strong relationship to one another, especially as it pertains to some of the changes that were advised by legal counsel over the last 10 months or so about addressing lawfare against board members. So with that, I'd entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
And I will second that myself. So we have a motion and a second on the table here. Is there any discussion on these? Member Christensen.
I have a question, several questions. You've mentioned a couple different times, what did you say, lawfare against board members? I'm not familiar
Yes.
with that term.
Lawfare against board members, it's not something that's just happening in Forest Lake, but it's happening across the state, across the nation, where individuals are using process of law or process of complaints and investigations as a retaliatory measure or an intimidation tactic against elected officials in an attempt to either get them to change their position on certain topics, or to resign entirely, or to just disparage their name.
I'm not, I'm not familiar with that, but, so just a couple of questions here. As far as bundling these things together, I mean, I think I've been on the board, 2.5 years? that is kind of a new term to me, bundling these things together. So I have some questions about that. And then also, I was not in the listening session, but Member Tyson, Member Antonsen both said that there were many or several, I wasn't there, several concerns about these policies. So I think we should be listening to our constituents in that regard. And also, again, just things being added onto the agenda later in time. And I just am wondering, these changes to policy 425 and to policy 1211, where did these changes come from? Were they driven from administration? Were they driven by our district appointed lawyers, or where did these? I'm not familiar with these changes. I was not consulted with them or briefed about them, so I just have some questions.
Okay, where would you like to start? What
Member
question?
Chair, my first question is where did these changes come from? Did administration recommend these changes?
Through many discussions that myself and former VP Haglund had with District Legal Counsel over the last 10 months.
Our current district legal counsel?
Not our current District Legal Counsel, the legal counsel that represented us in the last calendar year.
Okay, and so you're saying these changes, I mean, Member Haglund resigned in October.
Correct.
So you're saying these changes have been done previous then to October when Member Haglund was there, and we?
Yeah, Member Haglund was the primary contact with the legal counsel between April and October, and then I finalized those discussions in November and December.
Well, I mean, Member Haglund isn't here to speak to that, so.
No.
So you're saying that our district lawyer, the Kennedy and Graven then prior, reviewed these specific changes, specifically these specific changes to 425 and 1211, and they were making these recommendations?
Those changes were discussed in length with that law firm, yes.
And that law firm, just to clarify, that law firm suggested these changes?
That law firm did indicate concerns of ambiguity in the policy and the legal authority that may or may not exist, which these changes clear up.
Well, again, and it seems to me that if the lawyers have looked at this and recommending these changes, that the recommendations would also be made then by Dr. Massey and Director Friedman and others.
They did not work on this specifically, so I would not ask for the recommendation on this, since they did not work with the attorneys on these exact changes.
Okay,
That
so
would
again,
be-
to kind of finish the weave here, this is really a change that you are proposing,
No.
but you are
No,
the
you
ones.
you are inserting language that is not, no. I told you where these changes came from. They came through extensive discussions with legal counsel, and they are being proposed to clear up ambiguity in the process and to remove any unnecessary authorization that isn't legally allowed.
But again, just to be clear, if these were recommendations that our district attorneys were really advocating for, I would assume they would let, Dr. Massey know that, Director Friedman.
Again, administration did not work with the law firms in question. They were not given the authorization to do so on this specific case. This came specifically from the board, direct conversations with the attorneys. Member Antonsen.
I think I can add here. Dr. Massey, myself, Member Corcoran were on a call with legal counsel not too very long ago. I mean, that was maybe 3 weeks ago, in which the discussion was had that there is ambiguity in here, and that that lawyer's purpose at that time was to represent the district, not necessarily board members specifically. I recall that distinctly being said during that conversation.
So,
Can I ask a follow-up question to Member Antonsen?
I need a clarification, but.
Oh. Well, I just, can you say more about the ambiguity? I'm not sure, what was the ambiguity, or I'm not following?
She did not
If you're
feel,
looking at me for clarification
Well-
on the call that we had, I would offer this, that in the conversation we had at that time, the question was defense and indemnification of board members. I think it was clearly interpreted that board members would be entitled to defense when there is a civil or criminal action against a board member or a staff member.
right,
That a board member would not be entitled, or a staff member entitled to defense on behalf of, personal defense, on behalf of district taxpayer cost for a complaint against a board member. So the division would be a complaint against a staff member or board member does not rise to the threshold in statute
right,
or in policy to qualify for
Currently.
legal defense.
currently,
So
yes.
that was the clarification that was
And I said,
articulated in that call.
and I said in that, I think I said in that call that I found it very confusing that when you look at the school board specific policies, you think you're very well covered because it's talking about school board members, past, present, employees, all, it covers a wide range, but then you realize that it's only if there has been legal action.
Yeah.
And I would offer that I think both 425 and 1211, I think, do speak to civil and criminal claims against a staff member or board member.
Yeah, I mean, to me,
But not
in any one of those situations, a claim can turn into some sort of litigation, but if it's not at that point yet.
Right, that would be the division.
And that's the difference too with the, in the one policy, considering school board members as an employee or, putting us in there, we're not, and we don't have the same provisions per any kind of contract, like employees do, teachers do, or, legal aid or whatever it is within their working contract. That is not the same for us. So to me, the changes in here make it a little more just delineated, and a little bit bigger in scope so that somebody makes a claim, we would be able to have some legal counsel around that, as opposed to being left on our own.
And if I may offer, in terms of policy 425, harassment and violence policy, that is intended to point to any employee, contractor, volunteer,
Right.
board member who is interfacing with the district is subject to the provisions of 425 and
Yes.
harassment and violence.
Yes, I
So
mean,
the removal of a school board member from the policy wouldn't exempt
no.
the board
I-
member from that policy. I want that to be clear.
Yeah, I mean, I think that.
All of us are beholden to that policy.
Yes, and I've tried to say that multiple times, and it didn't seem to matter, and I appreciate you saying it right now,
Yep.
because, yes.
And I would add to Member Antonsen's comments really quickly here that providing legal assistance in the matter of an investigation or a complaint, it protects the district and it protects the staff member, it protects the board member. Because if it could raise to if it does get to the level where it's being litigated, everything that you say during that interview process is admissible in court and can be held against the district, and the district can be held liable for any of those comments. So the proper legal representation is incredibly important for every one of us on the board here, every member of administration, and every staff member. And Member Tyson, did you have a question?
Yeah, so this is in state and federal statute, correct? 425?
425 emanates from the
Right.
Minnesota Human Rights Act and federal corresponding
Exactly.
Yes.
So, and we do need to be beholden to this policy, but my concern is that someone could get a complaint and prematurely get legal, and it'll cost the district a lot of money. Am I interpreting that wrong?
I think approval of these provisions would subject the district to the potential of additional legal obligation or legal costs, yes.
Okay, and so my question for Member Antonsen is, you stated you were on the call, and why were you on the call? And when did this call occur, and why wasn't it given to the full board for information? When was it? Who was on it?
Dr. Massey, myself, Member Corcoran.
For a little while, yeah.
And I think it's just because we could be
It was
there.
December, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you hear about that, Member Christensen?
I did not know.
This
No.
is really
I-
not
I-
transparent at all to
I can
me.
speak to that, Member Tyson. Member Corcoran and Member Antonsen were the two individuals that were available for the call, and the...
I don't remember being asked if I was available.
I don't believe you were asked. The preference was given to the vice president. The vice president was able to, well, I was unable to attend. The vice president was able to attend. The clerk was able to attend. At that point, we had sufficient board member representation on the call.
Okay, and is there a paper trail for the information that you said you had with Kennedy and Graven? Member
But me?
Chair?
No.
Yeah,
No, I don't have any written opinions from Kennedy and Graven.
on this.
No. Kennedy
Okay.
and Graven was very direct that they preferred not to provide written opinion on this, but they would if we were willing to pay an additional fee for that. It was, after the extensive discussions myself and Member Hagland had, we didn't feel that it was appropriate.
Which I feel like I
So-
wasn't informed about either. So that concerns
Well, we
me that
all-
the full board
Didn't mean to
doesn't
interrupt.
getting the information. So my other concern is that I feel like we're circumventing the policy committee again, because this doesn't need to be reviewed. It was just reviewed. It's only been 9 months. So we're circumventing their work by this not going to them for their review and then coming back to us. So that concerns me as well. It just seems like these things were added late. There's a lot of confusion. There was confusion in the listening session. I had emails. I had a messenger message. I think, I don't get, there's some, I'm skeptical. There's something that doesn't sit well with me, having these thrown on there last minute. I had to print off a bunch of extra because it was always changing the entire week. Wednesday, updated. That's not good governance.
It changed when I was on there multiple times today. I don't know why. I mean, I just.
These policies didn't
Yeah.
change. They changed.
Well, it just kept giving me your meeting has changed message, so I don't know what that,
Right, so
means, but.
let me clarify.
Okay.
When agendas change or the order of things change, which were suggested changes by the chair to facilitate the meeting. The changes to 425 and 1211 were on the board agenda on Friday. The backup information came to me on Monday, or Tuesday, I can't recall. That got to our staff to provide the red line. The red line got to Joy. That got to board book for public posting. So that was the timeline that we had to work with.
Makes for a lot of work for staff.
Member Christensen.
Just a follow-up question, Member Chair. You said something about the legal counsel would be willing to provide an opinion or something for an extra charge. I thought our legal counsel was on retainer.
No. We do not have a retainer with any of our legal counsel. They work strictly on an hourly basis.
Correct.
Well, I would like to say that I am not going to be supporting these changes, because I would like some sort of written legal opinion. I mean, if it costs extra, then we will pay extra. History has just shown that I am not going to take your word for it, Chair Rebeline, that you and Member Hagelin had these extensive discussions, which there's no record of. Dr. Massey, Director Friedman do not, I mean, to my knowledge, or maybe they do if they could speak to it, to my understanding, no one else knows about these extensive legal conversations that you and former member Hagelin had with the legal counsel, and so we're just supposed to take your word for it and support these two policies, and I'm sorry, I'm not able to do that. That's my opinion.
All right, Member Corcoran.
I understand the changes, but I feel like there's enough questions. I feel like members are concerned, and I feel like we could table this and try to get a letter from attorney letter or some review from our attorney to have them feel more comfortable with these changes. I feel like we should kind of push this off until we get more clarity. I feel like there's just too many questions, and I think it's just going to keep going on and on. So just for sake of time and energy, I think we need more clarification and an attorney to review and give us the comfort that they would give them a good feeling to support these.
What exactly do they need to
So you're
clarify?
saying you support
Changes.
this, Member Corcoran?
Pardon me?
So are you
I'm
supporting
making a
this?
motion to table it until we have legal look at it, review the changes, and make sure that it's to the best interest of the district and that we have more clarity about it.
Okay,
feel like
and I
there's too
just
many
want to
changes.
add that we got an opinion, Member Corcoran,
Yes.
and we brought copies for everyone from
Yeah.
Kennedy and Graven
Yes,
to
yes.
read the opinion for
Yes.
themselves.
Yes.
So I don't buy that we coulda, shoulda, maybe can't afford it, an opinion, because we can. And out of respect for us being a collective board, that would be the better thing to do and to have, so.
Member Anderson.
What language are you looking for legal opinion to verify, qualify?
Just the
legitimize?
additional changes that are in there from the original policy. I just feel
So
like.
which policy? All of the ones that are in this bundle, or?
Well,
I mean, that's what
Yep, because they're bundled.
yeah.
is it,
Yeah.
okay, so because in 425, we just took out school board members.
Yeah.
Which
I mean,
is
even though
duplicative
Dr.
of
Massey
the-
has clarified that doesn't mean we're not beholden to the policy, so.
I just think.
Correct.
The
If you
criminal
look
or
at,
civil action, 1211. Is it the school district, yeah, is it 2C on 1211 where it says the school district acknowledges its statutory obligations with respect to providing assistance to school board members and teachers who are sued in connection with performance of school district duties, collective bargaining agreements, and, no, that's not the bit. It's maybe further down. Because I know that the language in there has or could lead to, so I just don't know which paragraph it is.
There's concerns with 3F1, I believe it is.
F1.
3F1.
On 1211.
Yes, that's where the, okay, so thank you.
Yeah.
Can you tell me like why there's a concern there? Because I don't understand why there's a concern, because to me, it gives each person on the board a little bit more protection in that we don't have to wait for it to become a legal action, but if somebody were to claim something against us, that if we were served any kind of legal document, we are doing public service here. I don't think anybody, unless they're outrageously super malfeasant, should have to dig into their own pockets to pay legal fees for, and especially when it ends up not legitimate.
Member
You know,
Kirshenson.
people are worried about,
Oh.
now we're gonna spend more money, and.
Well, to Member Antonsen, to your point. So, again, to Dr. Massey's point, if we do something hypothetically in the service of our service here on the board, if it has to do with on the board, if it's civil or criminal,
Yeah.
we will be protected. If we do something in our, you know, just to say like in our private life that is a complaint, not in service, not, you know, if it's not having to do with, you know, my whatever. I mean, we also have an obligation, a fiduciary responsibility to be, you know, what's the word, you know, responsible with taxpayer funds. So I think we just can't, it already says in here, if it's civil, if it's criminal, if it has to do with our position here around the board or in our position doing that, then we might be covered in this hypothetical situation. If not, now there could be situations where, you know, we're, you know, not being responsible with the taxpayer money. And I just, to get back to Member Corcoran's point, I just feel like, unfortunately, there is a lack of trust around this table. We're working on it. Hopefully we can get past that a little bit, but there's just some few red flags here. My spidey senses are tingling. I mean, we're bundling things. I've never seen that word. We don't normally bundle things, so that's a little bit of a red flag. These policies are not up for review. They're not.
Right,
They're not on
right.
the scheduled review. The policy committee has not seen these. These changes have not been vetted by the policy committee. And then also, this, to my understanding, as Member Rebline, Chair Rebline has described, these came about from important conversations with the lawyer that we have no idea what those conversations were in any way. I would love to say I completely take your word for it or whatever, or the lawyer said this, then where he said, she said, I don't know what happened. So I think, and additionally, people were at the listening session, people were concerned. We're up here for transparency. We can do better. We can do better than this. We should do better than this. Let's slow down, let's take our time. Nothing is a crisis situation that I'm you know, I don't know all the, whatever. Take your time. We're not gonna rush and get this potentially wrong. I mean, what are the ramifications down the road? These policies have served us for years. I mean, you know, to all of a sudden, quick hurry bundle, quick do, you know, it just doesn't feel right. It just, and so I, you know.
We, to that point, Member Christensen, we bundle motions very regularly. Just a month ago, we bundled probably 8 or 9 action items twice in the organizational meeting, and we do that as a standard practice. This is not unusual. To the point of we've had these policies and they've worked great. Yeah, they worked great when we haven't had outright attacks on elected officials. And that's become more of a commonplace across the state, across the nation, and yes, in this district. And to your point, when a board member acts in their professional capacity and a staff member chooses to lie about them and they're not being given protections,
I think we
then
need
that
to-
can
I-
snowball very quickly and it can cost the district millions of dollars. So this doesn't cost the district money, it potentially saves the district a great deal of money.
It also does not cost us any money to slow down and get this right. And to your point, one more, Member Chair, Mr. Chair, when you said we routinely bundle things, I have heard you from the chair say, is it okay for the sake of time if we put these several things together? All of a sudden, it just showed up and the word was bundled. So you did not say, hey, if it's okay with you guys, I'm gonna put these 3 things together. You did that. That was not a discussion.
Correct. If the approved policy does not have bundled actions, and I feel that it will save time in the meeting, I will do it by unanimous consent. In this case, these actions were bundled when the agenda was approved, and therefore they're being presented in a bundled fashion. And to your point before about you didn't get a written legal opinion, if you recall, if we go back to, it would have been our first few months on the board when we were looking at achievement integration 3 years ago, and we passed the achievement and integration plan after the deadline, which myself and Member Hagelin were advised to leave the meeting so we would not participate in a potentially unlawful behavior. The chair at the time, Mr. Peterson, claimed to have received a legal opinion, and despite us requesting it, formally requesting it in writing, he declined to do so, which left us in a position of legal ambiguity. And because we did not trust the current indemnification process, we removed ourselves from the room, ended up breaking quorum and causing a even later approval of the achievement integration plan. So none of the stuff that you guys are claiming here tonight as unprecedented is unprecedented. It has been standard practice even in my 3 years on the board.
So I just want to add that this isn't transparent, and you can't deny it. People in the listening session said it. The listening session, I stated exactly what Member Christensen said, that I've never read bundled, that terminology on an agenda that I've, in 15 years. It's not an omnibus bill. We're not down at the Capitol. Another comment during the listening session that Member Antonsen said, that these don't appear to go together to be bundled.
I explained that earlier when I first
Well,
set this up.
explain away. That's
And,
what our community and people that
the-
are reading things are saying.
The timing of this was due to the interest of district staff to get the appointment of school district legal counsel approved sooner rather than later.
But there's a law firm on there that I've never heard of. And I would appreciate a little more inclusion and communication when these kind of things are going on.
Can I move for a vote?
Yeah, you can make a motion to close discussion, and I will second it.
Okay.
Any discussion on that? All those in favor
Just-
of
can we-
closing
oh,
discussion?
sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
All those in favor of closing discussion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, that motion carries, which brings this to a vote. Approval of 9.5. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Excuse
Aye. Those opposed?
Time out.
Did you vote for the bundle, or?
We just
We
closed
just-
discussion on bundled items, and then we just voted for the bundle, and I heard 5
No.
in favor.
No, no,
No.
no. Can you please,
And Julie's, yeah.
we cannot rush the vote. I didn't even say anything.
When you close
so-
discussion, you immediately go to the vote. That is how the process works.
No, we have had this discussion when there are things that are of great
You're-
importance. we
You're
need
out
to
of, you're out of order. The motion carries, which brings us to
We could have a roll
9.6.
call.
Wait a
I'd
minute.
like to ask for a roll call.
You can call
We
division if you'd like.
closed- We closed the discussion,
And
and we
as
voted
soon as
on
we
the
closed
discussion.
discussion, we then voted on the action, which is the standard process.
Did
You
you
close
vote?
discussion, you immediately
No.
go.
Member Corcoran, did you vote on the?
Let's
I
do the
didn't
vote
vote.
again.
I did not
Call
vote.
for the vote.
Okay, then we have a motion of
didn't
division,
vote.
in which case we will go to a roll call. Member Clerk, please take the roll
Can you,
call.
time out, slow
And-
down. Can you repeat exactly what we're voting on?
Yes, we are voting on the approval of 9.5
The
as
nine-
presented.
No, they're bundled.
Yes.
Voting on all of them.
9.5 as
Okay.
presented.
So repeat that, so we say it, all the things that we are voting on.
We are voting on 9.5 as presented, which includes the approval of A, B, and C. Is that clear?
Okay. Is
Member
everybody
Clark.
ready?
Yes.
Okay, Member Castle,
Aye.
Member Christensen.
No.
Member Tyson,
No.
Member Rebbeline,
Aye.
Member Corcoran,
No.
and Member Antonsen votes aye.
Okay, motion fails. That will bring us to 9.6, drug-free workplace, drug-free school policy 435. Dr. Massey.
The purpose of this policy is to maintain a safe and healthy environment for employees and students by prohibiting the use of alcohol, toxic substances, medical cannabis, non-intoxicating cannabinoids, edible cannabinoid products, and controlled substances without a physician's prescription. Changes seeking your approval tonight will be found on page 3, where we are now recognizing tribal medical cannabis programs that have been recently approved by the legislature for exemptions. Also with employee notification requirements for those changes as well. With those noteworthy changes, administration would recommend your approval.
Move to approve 9.6.
Second?
Okay, motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, motion carries. Brings us to 9.7, student medication policy 516. Dr. Massey.
So the background and purpose of this policy is to provide provisions for student medication. You'll see that really the change noted in this policy is updated language from epinephrine auto-injectors, replacing auto-injectors with delivery systems. You'll see that in a number of places in the policy. Delivery systems are then defined on page 5 of the policy, and with those recommendations, the administration recommends your approval.
Move to approve 9-7.
Second?
Motion is second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Okay, motion carries. Brings us to 9.8, public participation in a school board meeting, complaints about persons at a school board meeting, and data privacy considerations, policy 1206. Dr. Massey.
And the purpose of this policy is to provide procedures to assure open and orderly public discussion, as well as to protect due process and privacy rights of individuals under the law. We had conversation around this table initially, and then again during the first reading, providing clarification that the change in 6A1 is related to the public requesting items to be placed on the agenda. It does not pertain to public comment through our green card process. So we felt that it was important to provide that clear delineation and clarification. You can see that in 6A1 in, through the red marks. So with that change, administration recommends your approval.
Move to approve 9-8.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, motion carries. That brings us to permission to request proposals for life and long-term disability insurance. Director Ambergati.
Thank you much. Good evening, Board. I'm here tonight to ask permission to go out for our RFPs, so proposals for our life and long-term disability. We're currently with Madison National Life and National Insurance Services, who does our bids for medical and dental, will be facilitating this proposal request. It's set to do every 5 years, so we last did it in 2021, so we're up for our proposals now. We had a great last round with Madison National Life, so with renewals over the last 3. So you get a 2-year deal, and then they do a year renewal after that each year. And so great rates with that, even gone down a couple times, so that's good. And so with that, we'd ask NIS to be our provider to do that, and board permission. We'll advertise it in the Pioneer Press, and then the RFPs will be due March 12th. So with that, the policies would go into effect on October 1st, 2026, and we would ask for the board's approval to do that.
All right, do we have any questions? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Second?
All right, any discussion? All right, again, seeing none, Member Clerk, please take roll call.
All right, Member Antonsen votes aye. Member Castle?
Aye.
Member Christensen?
Aye.
Member Tyson?
Aye.
Member Rebeline?
Aye.
And Member Corcoran?
Aye.
And the ayes have it.
Motion carries. I'd like to ask the board really quickly if they would like to entertain a recess before we move on to determining the next steps in the superintendent search process.
No.
No?
We're
Okay, we
good.
will move on to 9.10 then. Determine next steps in superintendent search process. This is primarily meant as a discussion item. We can certainly take motions if it is in order. I guess I'll set this up by saying we saw 3 proposals tonight. I thought they were all great and would entertain discussion. Anybody want to kick us off?
I don't know. I can start here. I'm not sure if anybody else here reached out to any of those people on the reference pages for the School Exec Connect. And I didn't hear back from anybody about Ray and Associates. But the School Exec Connect, and like I said, I got a lot of great feedback from a couple of people, and there was just one that was not happy with their service. And
in terms of what?
Well, I'm trying to figure out what I
Okay.
can say here.
Thank you.
they didn't give them a 5-star review. It sounds like.
Correct. Maybe I should have asked for the HR report, but, I mean, just general, like,
Yeah.
not up for rehiring, basically. But I mean, you know, and I thought they did an okay presentation. I think I felt MSBA's was more personal, and as well as Ray and Associates was more personal. And they just seemed to go willingly deeper into, but maybe the guy in the middle felt a little rushed on time too, I'm not sure.
I wonder if we want to, since there's 3 of them, is there a consensus that maybe there's one, you know,
Stands
that we
out.
might, one that's, or, you know, is there one that we don't want to
Definitely.
consider, and then we can focus on the conversation of the 2 or
Well,
not, or
I
are we?
think, could we still, in just fairness to the companies, just
Yes.
give a little
Yeah.
snippet of summary so that we're just not discounting somebody right
Yeah,
off the bat?
good idea.
So I just want,
Go
did
ahead,
you want to
Gail.
go, Julie?
Well,
Go
I
ahead.
was just gonna say the School Exec Connect, I thought the fees would, and expenses would be a lot more money. I don't like that they're not local at all. I mean, so we would be, you know, having them come in, which is gonna add a lot of money to the district. I thought, you know, they have great service, but I just was not as impressed as I was hopeful to be with what I heard in their process. And I was more impressed with Ray and Associates. I was surprised, but pleasantly surprised.
Yeah.
I like that they work in Minnesota. They're local. I like that they had a lot of things to say. They do price match, which also is pretty rare. And I mean, but MSBA, of course, to me is the gold standard. I feel like they're local, they know us, they've worked with us in the past. I've been pleased with everything they've offered. They've gone well and beyond rescheduling with me just to be able to make sure they were still part of the process. I mean, I just think the transition plan, I like a lot of things that they have, and their expenses are also inexpensive, and they don't charge for expenses over their fee.
Right.
So those things to me matter, and they just bring a lot to the table. So I would like to almost, you know, Schools That Connect, I would just take them. I mean, to me, I'm not really that impressed by them, but the other 2, I feel like they're definitely good.
Can I clarify one thing?
Yeah.
Ray and Associates is local, but also does a Midwest reach.
Yes.
Or, I mean, they would all do a
National.
national
Yes.
reach, wouldn't they?
Yeah. And they're-
So they would all do it if we
Yeah.
wanted them to do that.
Yes.
Okay.
I agree, yes.
Member Castle?
So I was impressed with Ray and Associates, with their longevity, and their whole presentation was very good. What I really liked about MSBA is that even though Member Chair pointed out that there were certain school districts in multiple years in their report, well, nobody else was forthright with that information. And nobody else was talking about, well, we've gotten this feedback and we've changed these things up. They all seem to be, okay, well, we've been doing this for this long. Nobody else was saying that we've improved or we can improve. The MSBA that was the most striking thing to me, is that they're improving, and they've been in it for, what do they say, like 15 years they've been doing this now? So they have some longevity too. But I was really impressed by that portion of it, is the improvement part, because who can't improve? Everybody can improve.
Yes, I think that's what she meant when she said we're the most transparent.
Member Tyson?
I can go next. Did you want? No. Okay. So Ray and Associates, I went on their website to try to find some references or feedback. I didn't really find any. It could be there. I thought they were very polished, and I did like the Edina superintendent that would be working with us. You know, I felt like they would do a good job. There were things that I didn't really feel that were explained as very well, like their structured rubric for the selection process. They touched on that, but what is that? The 31 desirable survey that they have, they just had some wording in there, the consensus building matrix, blah, blah, blah. So some of it I felt I understood and some of it I didn't. And, you know, same with Julie, Member Corcoran, I feel like MSBA's, you know, they try to keep their costs down too, and they have no hidden fees. We found that out using them last time with our current superintendent. We also found out that they're very thorough, they're great on their communication, which I think is important. That causes me a little bit of worry with a larger company and maybe being out of state. But the comment that Member Castle had is exactly mine, because I've experienced both models, and they have changed and morphed, and I didn't realize that. They've added new components to how they do things, but they've kept some of the important things that I like, you know, tying to your student voice, to your strategic plan, blah, blah, blah. So Exec Connect, I did do some references on them, and I do recall the intermediate considering them, so we looked at them before. He's a very nice man. I get positive feedback that he's easy to work with, Dr. O'Meara. But again, I worry about the expenses and being out of state. I did like the 2-year guarantee in their 1, 2, 3 guarantees, but again, I think they're expensive and they're out of state, and that just makes me a little more uncomfortable. So I could eliminate them, and then my top one would be MSBA, and Ray and Associates would be second.
Member Christensen.
Yeah, just some similar comments. The Exec Connect, I am concerned that he's from Chicago, and Member Corcoran had a good question, you know, how many times would you come? And he said 6 to 8 times he would come to from Chicago, because he said something about doing stuff on Zoom, but then he said he likes to do stuff in person, which I appreciate. But then we're on the hook for 6 to 8 travel times from Chicago. Also, I appreciated that he had a short presentation, and, you know, he said our time was valuable and stuff, but my perception, he didn't seem as prepared as the other groups, in my opinion. Ray and Associates, I liked them. I liked how they talked about board members have access to all the applications. I really liked that they have a one-way video, so they'll ask the questions the way I understood it, that they don't know the questions, but then they answer in the video, and then we can see the video, which I really like that. But I have a major question. If I'm understanding this right, that Dr. Britton, Mr. Britton, he is the current Edina superintendent. I don't know how.
He's currently the interim.
But he is.
He was just hired to be the permanent superintendent starting July 1.
So I'm not sure how you are the Edina superintendent and you have a side hustle, or whatever you call it, a side gig. I mean, I liked them, but when I understood that he was the Edina superintendent, I'm like, I don't know how that. And then I think he also said that. Did he say that we would like be his priority or something? And
Yeah,
I'm like,
he did.
I think Edina
He
schools
said we
should
would
be
be
your
our
priority.
only, well, he would
What
be
does that
the,
mean?
we would be the only
only-
district that
yeah.
he was
He would
working
be
with on a
working with
search.
just us.
Their understanding of his time.
So I don't know,
Yeah.
that was
That was a little interesting.
a red flag
Can I
for
add a
me.
clarifying thing? I believe he said that he was retired, right?
But he
And
came
that's
back.
how he took this work
Yeah.
with.
He was the former superintendent in Elk River, I believe,
Yeah, so
and
that
he
is why he took
retired
interim.
there and kept his work with Ray and Associates, if I'm
So I don't think
recalling
he's
this correctly.
purposefully putting a bunch of plates in the air, is what I'm
No,
trying to say.
but I just think, I don't know, to me that, again,
Yeah,
people
I
can
agree.
think differently, but to me, I don't know how you have that big of a job and then kind of do this other side job. And, you know, there's a lot of moving parts to get to MSBA. MSBA, for me, they are the only ones that talked about Minnesota state statutes, data practice, I wrote this down, open meeting law, private data. I mean, going back to some of the other discussions we had about the superintendent, like maybe we don't need such a big search, or maybe we could do it, you know, other discussions we've had, and it was like, whoa, there's a lot of data practices, you know, and she was the only one that mentioned that. She also was the only one that mentioned the word transparency, which I really liked. I liked the continuous improvement that Member Castle, student-centered, I wrote that down. She said that. So I don't know. I also I thought it was good. She said, we move at the speed of education. I thought that was good, meaning slow down, get it right. So, to me, MSBA was, number one. I guess I would pick Ray too, even with my concerns, and Executive Connect, maybe not so much. Also, Executive Connect, they don't just only do superintendents. They do principals and some other board stuff. So I mean, MSBA and Ray, they only do superintendents, so they seem to specialize in that more. But that's my opinion.
That's good. That's really good.
I'll throw my 2 cents in, since I'm the only one that hasn't really opined on any of them. I don't know that I have anything new to say about School Exec Connect. As I listened around the room here, I feel like everything that I was going to say has been said. I felt that they were competent, but underwhelming, which was disappointing for me, because in doing my initial review and vetting out the process here, I expected more from that presentation, and a little bit more from the Q&A. I got really excited in the beginning when he talked about 97% subsequent contracts, because I feel it's important to get somebody who's going to be here for at least 2 contracts. And I work in a similar role where the tenure is short and the turnover is high, so I understand that. That's kind of true of any executive role. So that was kind of exciting, but underwhelming mostly. Before I move on to the next 2, though, because I kept hearing a lot of concern over what the search is going to cost and how many dollars the district's going to be spending on the search. So I want to throw my 2 cents in this. I've been involved in executive hiring several times, and one thing I want to point out is the cost of getting an executive search wrong. It eclipses anything that you can imagine on getting the search right. And you talk to anybody who really works in HR, who works in executive search, and you find out really quickly that the really good search firms are going to fully vet, fully understand, and really make sure that you have a good match. And I think that's critically important, especially with the 6 of us here. We have a little bit of disagreement, and if we can find an executive that we all agree on, this is going to be one really strong executive. And I think every dollar we spend on the front side to ensure that happens is a dollar well spent, and it's going to save the district multiple dollars in the future, just multitudes. And the other thing I'd like to really kind of keep in context here, and I'm going to apologize to Dr. Massey, who's sitting right next to me as I say this, is we have to look at the cost of a superintendent to the district over the 3-year contract. If we hire a superintendent for a 3-year contract, we're looking at an annual expense of somewhere between $225,000 and $275,000 here in our district. So let's call that $250,000 a year. This is a really critical role in our district, and that's just salary. That doesn't include benefits. That doesn't include vacation time. That doesn't include the retirement or all the other ancillary costs that go into an employee. So we can extrapolate that $250,000 out really easily to $1 million. So we're talking about $1 million hire. So with all due respect to being fiscally responsible in the search, to me, $15,000 or even $20,000 in the cost of the search, that doesn't move the needle for me on $1 million hire. It just doesn't, and that's my honest feeling on that.
Well, one's 25, right?
Well, even if we were talking $50,000 to $100,000 to bring the right superintendent into the district, I think that's an important investment. That we get the right person in here, and that we don't end up in a scenario where we make a bad hire. Because a bad executive hire, it doesn't just cost the district in funds, it costs the district in staff, it costs the district in morale, it costs the district in trust, it costs the district in community engagement. It's really expensive in every definition of the word to bring in the wrong executives. So that's just my opinion on what the proposals cost and what the engagement costs and flights and all of that. Those are the pennies. And yeah, it's wise to be, or it's smart to be penny wise, but we got to remember that we got to look at the pounds too, and remember the impact it's going to have on the district. So if I shift to the other two here, I thought both MSBA and Ray and Associates gave really good presentations. And again, I go back to my initial expectations. Ray and Associates, I honestly did not expect to be impressed by them. My initial search and my initial research when I looked into this, with all due respect to them, I kind of looked at their presentation as, well, we're going to hear them out. And I was really impressed with what they had to say, and I was impressed with their Q&A portion. And I would love to engage with them further and ask some more questions and really get to know them a little bit further before making a final decision. One thing that I was really excited about, and we kind of covered this, and I know Member Christensen's got a great point on this, is he is working as a superintendent, so this isn't his full-time job. But I did like the fact that Dr. Bittman would be dedicated to only this search.
Mm-hmm.
He was going to look for Forest Lake superintendent, and he was going to be spending his time only concerned about Forest Lake superintendent. And that was one of the concerns I had with MSBA. I know we did have we've had a lot of discussions with MSBA. I remember calling them in October, and Member Corcoran picked that up when she took the position as VP. And we've had multiple discussions with them and tried to get them in at multiple times. And we look at even the board self-evaluation we're trying to schedule. It's been a challenge. They do a lot of searches across the state that's apparent from their proposal. And I fear that they might spread themselves too thin. And that is a concern for me, that we would not have a dedicated resource that's going to come into our community and really focus on what do we need as a board, what do we need as a community, and how do we find our next superintendent. And again, as somebody who's participated in executive searches on both sides of the aisle, both being recruited and recruiting, I think it's critical that not just for the district, but for the applicants, that they have that go-to individual that they can engage with and really help them through the process. So I think I agree with the consensus of the board. I think MSBA and Ray and Associates are both excellent choices. Personally, I don't feel prepared to make a decision on that this evening. Member Atkinson.
Did anyone ask Mr. Bittman how many actual searches he has been involved in? Because I have that written down, but I didn't ask it. I'm just curious, and I don't remember it being asked. So, and I don't know if anyone's what I do have on here too is that he's currently doing Monticello's search, and so I think that would be, we should all be beholden to reach out to them and, because on their reference page, like I said, I reached out to those people recently and did not hear back from anybody. So, and I think that, people's feedback can differ so wildly too. Like I said, I had raving reviews for School Exec Connect and then one scathing review, and I had mixed reviews from other people who had done more than one company and had used both MSBA and this School Exec Connect, and some liked working with MSBA and some didn't like it either. So I think it's the more we can look into it and just, yeah.
Member Christensen.
I have a question or a comment, I guess.
Sure.
To your point, you're asking about MSBA and, that they do handle a lot of searches. And I understand that point. And Barb was saying, it kind of ebbs and flows and valleys. And that is actually the exact concern that I have about Ray. I mean, I liked Ray a lot, but if you are the superintendent of, Edina's huge school, whatever, and you certainly don't want anything bad to ever happen, I'm not saying that, but like so we're supposed to have a live in-person meeting, whatever, and something happens, and I hope, at Edina schools, or, there's a fight at a football game, like anything, whatever. Oh, I can't come. Edina, that should be his priority. And so if a candidate wants to call during the day, hey, I have questions during the day. Well, I'm right now wearing my Edina superintendent hat. I can call you back after hours. So, I mean. And
I share that concern,
yeah,
Member Christensen, and that's one of the things I would really like to vet out. But I do see the same scenario occurring with MSBA. if Amy's working with us one-on-one, she's not fielding calls for the other 3 or 4 districts she's working with either. So I think conflicts in life are normal, but I would like to vet that out further with both of them.
No, the way I understood it is that Amy and Barb work in tandem, right? With the
I don't
3 and
think-
4 at a time?
I don't think so. I
Amy
think
would
Barb
be
said,
our
I thought Barb
person.
said she was working in the metro and,
Yeah,
are
and-
you,
I think Amy is the lead, but if I understand it, MSBA has staff under them
Yeah.
that would be able to assist or help, and maybe Ray does too, I
Well,
don't
and I
know, that
think-
would be a question, but,
Yeah.
you know, if Amy is somewhere, and, you know, maybe
Yeah.
whoever can answer the call or answer the,
Right,
you know.
MSBA wouldn't be
Yeah.
able to expand their searches that they're doing.
Right,
Because
without
they've
staff,
expanded their
yeah.
footprint, she said, without having adequate staff.
I think they have a lot of staff, I'm
Yeah.
guessing that,
And-
you know, but.
was that Dr. Clint gonna be working with Dr. Bittman? I mean, wasn't that, he was on the call too, I
I
mean,
think
so.
he said he was.
Yeah, I thought
Yeah.
they were kind of working in tandem too,
Yeah,
so I mean, I think.
they're both he said
Either way, they're
Minnesota.
gonna.
But he said he was more like, what did he say, a
Advising.
background investigator, that guy.
He may be the one that's
Yeah.
vetting all the
Yeah.
applicants.
Yeah.
So it looks like they have different roles, the way I was reading.
Regional search associate.
I would definitely need references on them, because
Yeah, I
like I said, I
agree.
didn't
I
find
don't
anybody,
really-
there's nobody, I think you have a great point, I
Yeah.
have that circled to talk to Monticello and Eastern Carbon County to get some feedback.
So can we just say let's?
Yes.
Yeah,
Next
we
meeting.
we absolutely,
Decide by
I
next
kind of
meeting.
feel like we're all saying, we like these two.
Yeah, yeah.
So, I don't know that we need a formal motion here, because we can bring anything back at any time, but let's, if I'm hearing the board correctly here, and please correct me if I'm not, I'm gonna propose that we each individually, we spend the next week here, and we do some independent investigation on Ray and Associates and MSBA. Maybe have some phone calls, ask some of those questions, and then we pick up this discussion again at our next board meeting.
Yep,
So that's.
the 19th.
Yeah, it's actually next week. It's a week from now,
Yeah.
because we had that reschedule last week.
Yeah.
And if the board is comfortable with that, I would propose that we move on to our first reading of achievement integration. I know
Yes.
they've
Would we
been,
be voting
they're
on
ready.
that, though, next
Oh.
week?
Perhaps.
Okay. I'm open to that.
I
Yeah.
struggle
Yeah.
to put handcuffs on us
But I-
to state
Just
that we
say
are
next.
going to
We'll
vote, and we're
discuss.
absolutely going to do
I
it, but
just wanted to
I will
clarify
commit to bring it back to
if
the
it's an
agenda for
option.
sure. Yeah.
Go ahead, JP.
All right, well, let's move on to item 10.1.
JP.
Director Jacobson, you've been here for a hot minute.
Yes. Well, good evening, Chair Eberline, members of the board, Dr. Massey, thanks for having me tonight. A little over a year ago, when this board was first coming together, I was invited to come and speak to achievement and integration. A lot can happen in 12 months. Many things can come and capture your attention during that time period. So if it's okay, what I'm going to do, much like I did last year, is just lay a little bit of foundation or do a little review on achievement integration. What is it? What it's about? What is our perspective and how we utilize it as a school district? Just so I can provide that for everybody here and anybody who might be tuning in tonight that wasn't tuning in a year ago. So again, we're talking about achievement integration. These plans are approved by school boards in 3-year bands. We're finishing the 3rd year of our current plan. So what we're entertaining tonight is the design of a new 3-year plan. Achievement and integration is actually written into state law, and it's written to accomplish essentially 4 primary things: to make sure that school districts are integrating their classrooms, their schools, their programs, their courses in every possible way that we can. That you're constantly pushing on student achievement. You're trying to raise the bar on that. We're making sure that there's something for everybody in our system, for every student, regardless of what background they come with, what interests they have. We are looking for creating opportunities to get students into those those programs that are designed for them. And that if we have academic disparities, whatever those might be, we should be working at those. For us as a school district, when we have approached an interest around achievement and integration and what we can do with those funds, those additional resources in our system, here have been the broad goals that we have consistently aimed at each and every year. That we build relationships and we insert systems that facilitate all families having the agency and ability to increase their students' achievement and engagement in our classes. If we have any demographic trends on some students accessing courses, others not, or programs or athletics or activities, then we try to understand that and look as to why that might be. We know that if you listen to local employers, and you've heard me talk about this, they're looking for more out of our graduates than just academic skills. Make no mistake, we are about academics, but they're looking for other soft skills around leadership and connecting with people. Parents sign their kids up for softball and dance. They send them to expensive summer camps to pull these things off. We should be part of that too. So we've created a student leadership program that we do with 5th grade attached to BizTown. We'll talk more about that in a moment. We want to make sure that all of our students have really highly trained, effective teachers standing in front of them that can connect new ideas and information in a way that resonates with the learners. If we have got achievement gaps in our system, we should be curious as to why those are and see if there's anything we can do about those. And we want to hear from our students more and more frequently that they like coming to school, that they feel safe in our hallways, they feel that their school values them for who they are, and they see themselves reflected back in the things that they learn when they're with us. We are a voluntary achievement and integration district. We choose to do this, and we have for quite some time. Not all school districts are voluntary, some are required. And the threshold from moving from voluntary to being required to have an achievement and integration plan is when a school district average, the difference between their average students of color and their most racially isolated school is at least 20%. So for us, we looked at this chart a year ago, and you can see in 2021, 2022, the difference between our district average and our school with the highest percentage of students from students of color has consistently grown over the years. This year, that we're at about 16%. So eventually, over time, we're most likely going to go from being a voluntary district to a required district. I'd like to spend a little time. I know it's late, and so thank you for your patience with me. But I do think we have some wins to tell. And so let's end tonight with a little bit of fun. Okay. Let's talk about participation in rigorous courses, because that's what we're all about. When kids come into kindergarten, we are preparing them for 10th, 11th, 12th grade, and the courses that are available when they get there. So let's see how we're doing. Let me go back here. Some of our most rigorous courses at the high school are advanced placement. Those are courses designed by the College Board. These are not easy courses. Kids, consider taking them with care. Consider how many of these you take at a time, because they ask a lot of you. If a student passes that course, that advanced placement course, let's call it AP, they get a high school credit. At the end of the course, they choose to take the end of course exam and pass that course with a 3 or higher. They also qualify for college credit. So they earn a college credit even when they're with us before they graduate. We also have concurrent enrollment courses. These are CIS courses or other courses that are articulated through a college. They're taken here with us in our classrooms, taught by our teachers. If the students pass that course, they get both high school and college credit. Again, money back in our parents' pockets, in their students' pockets when they go to college. This is a good thing that we do. for our families. These are not easy, run-of-the-mill, just take it because these are challenging courses. So the first graph we're going to take a look at here shows the number of semester courses taken in the last 6 years. Now, these are not students. These are semester courses, registration in these types of courses in our system. You can see in 2020, we took from 2020 to 2021. We know what happened there. Let's not keep talking about it. But we had a dip, and we have continued to rebound. The top bar represents those students not eligible for economic benefits or educational benefits. These are our more affluent students who come from more affluent, wealthier households. Our students who come from households that have less financial resources is the darker blue bar. And as you can see, we have made some ground there. We have more students that are taking more registrations in these courses. Member Antonsen.
Can I just ask, is it really 1,000 or 2,000 kids, or is it 102? I mean,
These are not students. These registrations in these courses.
Okay.
So
okay, but yeah, okay.
yeah, so I might, as one student, I might represent
Yes,
2 or 3
three.
registrations.
Yeah, okay.
And these are semester registrations.
Per year, okay,
Yep,
thank you.
yep,
I just
yep.
had a moment of really confusion.
I'm glad you asked the question because others might have been wondering that too. The second one is looking at that analysis a little bit differently. And this is, again, we track this data. This is important data to us because if there were disparities here, we'd want to know something about that. I think all people would. And as you can see, in 2020, there were 183 registrations from students of color. Last year to this year, that number jumped quite a bit. We're up to 1,436 registrations in AP and concurrent enrollment classes. Again, I think in large part driven by the things that we have baked into our achievement and integration plan. That's not all of it. We've got a lot of other things pushing on this system, including the number of courses that we offer. But our achievement specialists at the high school and the efforts throughout our system encouraging kids, any kid, to see themselves in these rigorous courses, I think has impacted this data. Let's take a look at now, I think, Member Antonsen, what you're wondering. Individual students. So the percentage of students that take at least one of these courses. That's what this graph, and this is concurrent enrollment only, not AP. We'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
Concurrent enrollment classes. I shared the first 3 bars with you last January. The second, or the bottom bar in each, I suppose, group is the updated data from this year. And again, students eligible for economic benefits or educational benefits. We saw a sharp, we're continuing to see a jump there. Again, promising data. If we take a look at AP data, now this is advanced placement. Again, we're seeing year over year more and more, not only registrations, but the trend line is a higher percentage of students are signing up for these challenging courses. So
Yeah.
now keep this in mind, because at some point I'm going to get to a graph about graduation data, and you're going to think, and I want you to reflect on the courses that our kids are taking at a higher rate, the types of courses. Now let's look. In a moment here, we'll look at graduation rates. Before we get there, let's talk about AP end of course exams. These are the end of course exams that cause student stress the second half of April and through May, because these, I've never taken the MCAT to get into med school, but that's a challenging test. For high school students, these are college level exams. And what you can see when you gaze your eyes from left to right are some trends. You see more students taking the tests, and in general, you see a higher average score. If you were to create a heat map, it looks a bit like that. More kids are taking the AP tests. You can take an AP course and not take the test at the end. More kids are taking the test, and the averages on whole are going up.
Sorry to keep
Yeah.
interrupting you. If they take the test and they don't do well, or they don't do as well as they want to be, does it negatively impact?
It does not.
Okay,
It
because they've
does
done the
not.
class, or whatever grade they get.
Yep,
What?
yep.
They just don't get the credit.
You don't get college
Oh,
credit.
You don't get
okay.
college credit.
Oh, but they get the
Get
high
grade
school.
for the course,
3 or
but
better.
they may
Yes,
not get the
okay,
college.
okay,
You get the high school credit, but they might not get the college credit.
okay.
Can they retake it?
They cannot.
No.
And
Okay.
next year
So it's
they
a
could-
one, it's a
they-
one shot.
They could register the next year.
Oh, so
They would-
what
Class
year
again,
took it?
ew.
They could.
Yeah, they could study up again the next year, maybe they could retake the course for that matter, right, Mr. Caldwell?
And so JP, what's the incentive to not take the test? They don't need the college
Distress.
credit?
They don't, they,
They're overwhelmed with the test.
they don't need the college credit. They're not worried about that. They want an audit, of course.
They don't care.
They got surprised.
My daughter always wanted to pass because I'm like, you need to for it.
They got surprised by the rigor of the course, and then maybe they don't. Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
they don't complete it even, you're saying?
No, I think they've completed at a pretty good rate, but.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's take a look at some of that graduation data I was talking about. I apologize for the font here on the left and right side. That at the bottom, it's 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024. And graduation data lags a little bit. We typically don't get last year's graduation data back from the state until I think about April of the following year. So that's why you don't see 2025 there. I can give you a sneak peek, or I'll let Mr. Caldwell from the back give you a sneak peek on 2025 data. But what, as you can see, is over time, we have increased by 6% on the last 5 years, the percentage of students that graduate. And again, keep in mind, more students are taking these rigorous courses. And in groups of students that have traditionally struggled at getting through their 4-year high school career on time and graduating, we have seen even starker jumps. So we're increasing the rate for all students while building up these other groups. If you were curious and you wondered, okay, 15, 16 years ago, what did this look like? I think our graduation rate in 2008 was like 85%, 84, 85%. And we are at 90%. What are we anticipating last year's number coming in? 95%.
That's amazing.
More kids taking hard classes, and our graduation rates are going up.
Their minds are blown. Other districts, some of them.
Yeah, yeah.
Kudos.
So let's take a look at our plan proposal for this next 3-year plan cycle, okay? And what you'll see here on the left, before I get there, it's important to note that in order to qualify for achievement integration, you need to have a plan that has goals focused in these areas. Reducing academic disparities in academic achievement, right? Again, if our data is telling us that some groups of kids, depending on whatever demographic, tend to do better or worse than others, then we should be curious about that, is my opinion. Increasing access to effective and diverse teachers. We have a diverse student body. We should have something similar as in our faculty. We hire the best, but it is good to embrace differences in the adults that are teaching our classes. And then increasing the integration of all students into all classes, into all spaces, into all programs, encouraging students to try something that might be outside their comfort zone. That's what high school is about. So on the left, you'll see the goal, or the revised goal, for the next 3-year plan. That's the what, I suppose. And on the right is the strategies, or the how. And it's important to keep in mind, for any type of expenditure that we have, that we're using achievement integration for, it has to be nested under a goal. We can't just use achievement integration for anything. It has to be in support of a goal. So on the left there, you'll see that we have a goal written to raise the level of reading proficiency as measured by the FAST Bridge in grades 2 through 5 for all students, while also closing the gap between all students and those who come from, again, families who have fewer means financially, those on educational benefits. And then we also have a goal here for reading proficiency as measured in grades 6 through 8. And again, reducing the gap between those who qualify for educational benefits and those who don't. And on the right, and I tried to bold this and it's not coming through in the projector, but essentially we use A&I to help pay for programs and strategies like our family liaisons to make a home to school connection, PD for teachers on how to work with students coming from different backgrounds. And again, the important key there is how do I connect new ideas and information that might have a background or schema that's different than mine. I need to learn how to connect with that learner. And that's really the core of that training. We ask teachers, what are the PD that you need in order to impact those kids? Professional development for administrators, just to help them continue to grow their capacity for leading large systems and being part of that instructional leadership piece. We have a couple of goals around student attendance. I think you might not recall, but last year we fund now about 1/10 of every elementary counselor out of A&I to help really, with them having a strong focus on bolstering student attendance. Students who come to school regularly are more likely to succeed, and the system, the environment is more likely to succeed. And we nationwide have seen a drop in attendance in the last 5 years, and we need to pull ourselves out of that. Providing additional activity buses for secondary students for them to be able to participate in the activities that I just talked about if transportation is an issue, or to stay after for additional help academically. If transportation is a barrier, we provided additional activity buses to help support that. And then, of course, interpretation and translation services when families are wanting to connect with us, but language is a barrier. Goal 2 is to increase the proficiency in math and in science at Lino Lakes STEM School. And we use those funds from A&I to help provide targeted STEM coaching, and I think we all know what STEM is, but if not, I put the broader label there. STEM coaching for teachers and students, as well as work within project-based learning. When you see students oftentimes coming onto the bus and they're carrying something big, a big poster, or some sort of big apparatus, those aren't always made in art. They're oftentimes these projects that they've made that have relate to social studies or science, or social studies and science together. Lino Lakes runs this, it's almost like a design thinking process every spring, where they have to research a problem and develop a unique solution, and you'll see them in that front area waiting for you to come up and ask them about what it is that they came up with, and it's really amazing. And again, this is in part funded out of A&I. Goal number 3, and I only have 40 goals, so we'll get there, is increase the 4-year graduation rate from a high of 2 years ago of about 89% to 93% by 2028. Again, it's 95% now. We're going to try to keep it at that rate, at that level. It is. I mean, it's a challenge. Kids have a lot drawing on their attentions at that age, but we're going to continue to do that. And again, it's the work of in part the work of our high school achievement specialist, fully funded out of A&I. This person is doing credit checks with students, checking in with them, those sorts of things. And it's also our partnership with American Indian Education. Again, a group that the data has shown that has just not graduated the same rate as other groups, and we want to partner with those families to make sure that their kids graduate.
And is the high school achievement specialist paid for out of A&I?
100%.
Is there more than one?
One. Yeah, it's actually a half-time person. Yeah, half-time person.
They do great work.
That person, she does, Linda Penn.
Yeah.
Yep. We have used A&I, we have a goal around increasing the things that students tell us about their ability to communicate and work as a team, and them seeing themselves as leaders after our student leadership lab. And by the way, we are launching that completely internally this year. We are running that ourselves, and we call it Leadership Academy. And doing those leadership trainings at the same grade level that we run them through the Junior Achievement Program. Junior Achievement is built on entrepreneurship, financial literacy, money management, that culminates in the BizTown experience that's going to come up here in March. I don't have the dates in front of me. I know you're going to ask me that question. We can get those dates for you because Member Antonsen will encourage you to go. The strategy, and then there's the strategies there. I've already spoken about those things. Goal number 5 is to continue to increase not only students registering for concurrent enrollments, all students, but certainly those students that qualify for educational benefits. That first graph that I showed you, there was a blue line at the top, blue time at the bottom. We want to get that both blue lines up there. And not only registering, but being successful in that class. And again, we point to the efforts of our high school achievement specialist to not only now encourage them, but she runs some sessions in the summer to help prepare families and students for what those courses are going to be like. How do you study? How do you stay on top of your things? What can parents do? And then connecting with kids, running study groups. These are not things that not all students, just that are natural to them. How do I truly study for a course of this rigor? And she helps them with that. And then we create leadership connections for students through the youth executive board that connects with students from other districts. And finally, our last goal, number 6, a goal written around all of our kids having the best possible teachers that we can put in front of them, who have the training and to work with students, any student, regardless of what they're going through in life, or what background they have, or what sort of gaps in their background that might be familiar to us here in our area. And so we use A&I to help fund a lot of that PD, work with our peer coaches. I mean, our peer coaches are part of that solution. We run after school student teacher groups, and just focus support for key staff members. So in the end, our A&I plan, those are the goals and the strategies within it. We have been and will still continue to be committed to integrating all kids, like I mentioned at the beginning, into our district and into our programs and our classrooms. We've got families. There's nobody who would argue against a family connection with their school. Families who are connected with the adults in their students' lives while at school. Those students are in a better position to be successful. We're gonna find ways to connect with all families and foster that. I use this word about being curious about our data, and I genuinely mean that. If there are trends in our data that are troubling, we should not just blow past that. We should spend time on that and trying to solve those. And erode any sort of predictability that might come with that in school success or access to programs. And we just need a plan that welcomes all students in our places. I mean, this is a plan that impacts every student in our system. Every student in our system benefits from what we've done with achievement integration. We measure different demographic groups, different student groups with every kid. This is a win for every student. So with that said, I would open it up for questions. This is a first reading, by the way. We're not asking for any action tonight. I should have said that at the outset. But yeah.
Maybe you're going to get there, but your team, Brad Ward in particular, deserves a lot of credit for his development, support of, and leadership.
Yep, absolutely.
Indeed.
I would probably say about 98% Brad Water.
Way to go, Brad.
Well, I've always been so proud of our A&I achievement integration, the great work that you do to set those strategies and those goals. I just think it's just a terrific program that, like you said, now touches everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
I have no questions.
Yeah. And I can't imagine what we'd be without having the additional funds for a district. I mean, all the things we wouldn't be able to do. So it's helping, like we changed it to change kind of we're still similar students, but it's just expanded it. So I think I think the changes were good, and I think that we were really lucky that we get that money. I mean, it's just an incredible win for our district. So.
Yeah.
And we'll share this out with the board, and action, we'll be asking for approval in March, first meeting in March.
I would say it's not luck at all. It's the work of these
Well,
folks over here.
Well, exactly. That we still, that we still get it.
Across our system.
It takes a lot of work.
Well, I blew past it in the last slide, but I would say, if the state changed something and AI was no longer a thing, we would still try to do our best to pull it off. But it is far
It'd be
easier.
rough, yeah.
Far easier with those additional resources, for sure.
You said 1 in 10 elementary school counselors is funded out of ANI?
1/10 of each.
Oh,
10%.
Oh, 1/10 of each counselor?
Yeah,
Oh, that's different.
10% of each counselor
Okay.
is funded out of ANI.
Okay.
Yep.
And then, one of the recent goals, it said, I didn't catch the whole thing, but something about teachers, and 5, I think it was.
This one?
No, yeah, what's a connected, focused on connected learning, when they have recurring training focused on connected
Yeah.
learning? Does that, that's just part of their professional development, or is it specific to, I don't know, anybody, I don't know.
Yeah.
Is it-
So again, it's exactly what I was saying. It's
Okay.
it's training people, and I would say sometimes refreshing people. I think some training is perishable, if you know what I mean. Like you,
Or the
over
dreaded-
time, it just isn't right on your periphery, or you just need a boost. People go to church weekly, right, in order to just reset themselves. And I think training, I'm not saying that's like church, but maybe that was a poor analogy. But essentially, it's saying coming together and going through all the teacher moves that go into when I'm sitting down with a student who is new to our school or not familiar with our area. How do I make sure that student feels welcome? How do I connect a term that might have really no context to them and make sure that they understand very quickly.
Yeah, okay.
And there are specific things that you do as a teacher that we've learned over time that help put every student in a place to be successful. And that's the sort of training I'm talking about. Connected in terms of like interpersonal connections and even interpersonal connections, but also connecting new ideas and information.
Would it be correct to say, Director Jacobson, that it's a conscious reminder?
Yeah.
That's the training is there for that.
Yep.
It's just to bring it back to the forefront of your mind. Oh, yeah, that's what we do, and that's why we do it, and that's why it's important. Conscious reminder. All right. I think Dr. Massey mentioned you'd send the presentation to the board. I know there's going to be some minor edits from the plan that we approved last year to this year, just to get dates right and to tweak some of those statistics and some of that data.
Yep.
Once you have that ready, would you mind sending it out to the board as well?
Absolutely, gladly. I think it's pretty close to ready, so I think you could have pretty much it fairly quickly here.
Okay. If it's ready for the meeting next week, do we want to put it on the agenda just as a publication to the public so they have more than a week or so to digest it and it's out there? I don't want to commit you to anything if it's not ready.
Oh, I think, I'm looking at Dr. Ward, I think that, yeah,
You're
next
pretty
week.
close? Okay. I think that would be good, not even from a discussion standpoint, but just to publish it so people can read it and they can digest it and they can understand it before we bring it for action in March, and we can get a little bit of feedback on it if needed.
Let's do that.
I really like how the plan came together last year, and I was really impressed in the presentation here. I've studied statistics, so I don't want to do causation and correlation, but I just saw significant improvements over the last year or two, and I was excited to see that. So, thank you all for all the work you've done. Does anybody else have questions, comments?
How many plans do we have?
I'm gonna,
This one will be number 6.
Yeah, so I don't know on the committee often, Karen, too. 6.
Longer than my time
So
here.
15 years, so this will go into year 16. All right, any other
Does the
questions, comments?
plan get into, this is the plan?
No, there's a
Okay,
multi-page
okay,
document that
thank
would,
you.
this is a summary of the plan.
Okay, this is your big high-level
Yeah.
overview. 'cause-
I considered just ending up and reading the plan to you tonight, but I did see the time, the time on the
Well,
clock.
after we
I
hung
went
you,
with this plan.
we've kept you here for hours, I know. So, okay, thank you, because I'm like, I know there's more, and I just, thank you. Then I'll look for it, and then
If
it'll
I
answer my
remember right,
questions.
the plan's about 35 pages
Yeah, that's
long,
why-
and
Yeah,
it's
something like that,
It's a
yeah.
lot-
extremely
lot of work.
detailed and a lot of information. That's why I'm suggesting we try to get it out to the board
Yeah.
and in front of people as soon as possible. But,
Thank you.
gosh, if we don't have any more questions or comments here.
Thank you.
Of course, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks for hanging with us
Well,
all
not yet.
night.
And the next item here is to upcoming calendar dates.
Review calendar
I
dates.
just want to remind everybody, we're reading for More Fund, same place, same time, next week on the 19th. And with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We adjourn.